Bei Yushan charged forward like a beast and Lu Shui confronted him as her cold water longsword radiated a glow that was as gentle as moonlight. Be careful. This guy possesses immense strength, so don't fight with him head-on, Yang Kai warned. At the same time, he assisted her with the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd in his hands. As the sounds of breaking through the air were heard, sword intent surged as rays of sword chi slashed across Bei Yushan. On the other hand, Bei Yushan was covered in a layer of golden light. With his arms crossed, he didn't care about the sword chi that was striking him. Duo. The rays of sword chi were blocked by the protective barrier around Bei Yushan. Even though the barrier was slightly damaged, the attacks only left some faint marks on his body. Although Bei Yushan was naive and simple-minded, he had great innate strength, and his defense capabilities were incredible. Both of them were in the fourth order, but Lu Shui's sword chi was unable to harm him. Despite the fact that both of them had served in different great forces in the Star City for many years, it was actually the first time they traded moves. At that instant, Lu Shui furrowed her brow. After warding off her first strike, Bei Yushan dashed towards her and pushed out his fist at her face with a grin. Lu Shui hurriedly retreated as she made circular movements with her sword. The small circles were engulfed by the large circles, which were then covered in even larger circles. There seemed to be an endless layer of ripples formed from sword chi. The sword circles seemed to contain a special power. Bei Yushan was extremely strong, and he could shatter a star with his fist. However, presently, he was trapped by the endless sword circles. As soon as he came into contact with the circles, it was as though he had fallen into a quagmire. The harder he struggled, the more difficult it was for him to use his strength. Besides that, he realized that his movements had also slowed down. Seeing that, Yang Kai didn't hesitate to open the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd and send a stream of divine light at Bei Yushan. The sixth order Yuan magnetic divine light was incredibly powerful, so not daring to be negligent, Bei Yushan quickly surged his world force to block the attack. When Yang Kai activated the Yuan magnetic divine light some time ago, the low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were barely able to resist it for a short while, but a mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master like Bei Yushan only had the golden light around his body flicker. At that moment, the sixth-order Yuan magnetic divine light was unable to injure him. Yang Kai wasn't surprised. Given his current cultivation, he was unable to interfere in a battle between two fourth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. He was already pleased with the fact that he could make use of the divine light to distract and wear down Bei Yushan somewhat. Now that Zhao Baichuan and Chen Tianfei were trapped inside a fog that was controlled by Yu He, Yang Kai and Lu Shui could gain the upper hand by joining forces to kill Bei Yushan. Following some roars, the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon came rushing back. Earlier, they were sent flying away by Bei Yushan. Although they were not badly injured, their bestial natures had been ignited. Both of them had learned their lesson, though, so after rejoining the battle, they didn't go near Bei Yushan again. Instead, one of them continuously let out a jet of flame while the other spat corrosive saliva at Bei Yushan. Unfortunately, the flames only had a similar effect as Yang Kai's Yuan magnetic divine light. On the other hand, the Earth Dragon's saliva was surprisingly useful. Its saliva was extremely corrosive, so as soon as it came into contact with Bei Yushan, the golden light around his body flickered violently. A furious Bei Yushan roared as he wanted to end the Earth Dragon's life, but he was unable to get rid of Lu Shui's sword circles, which greatly annoyed him. With a calm expression, Yang Kai unceasingly activated the Yuan magnetic divine light. Judging from the current situation, if Bei Yushan didn't have any trump cards, he was bound to lose his life. However, Yang Kai had to wear down his power in order to kill him. For a moment, the two sides entered a stalemate. Finally, there came a moment when Bei Yushan realized that half of his energy had left him. If this situation dragged on, this would be his final resting place. He turned to look at the fog and listened to the noises of the battle coming from it, but he was unable to see anything clearly. It was then he became aware that the head manager and Chen Tianfei couldn't even get out of the fog, let alone lend him a helping hand. As such, he bellowed as his aura surged. "Watch out!" Yang Kai yelled. Right after that, Bei Yushan's figure suddenly expanded. He was already a burly man who was much taller than the average person, but after using some unknown secret technique, the golden light around his body was replaced by a bloody glow. Following the sounds of bones cracking, he grew into a giant that was several dozen meters tall. The giant appeared imposing, and the blood mist could be seen flushing out of his skin and surrounding him. Lu Shue's pupils contracted as she realized the shocking power of Bei Yushan's move. Even though he seemed to have to pay a hefty price for it, his power had certainly grown tremendously. Before, she was equally powerful as, if not stronger than Bei Yushan. However, after he activated the secret technique, it was apparent that he was now much stronger than she was. The sword circles were still engulfing Bei Yushan and restraining him, but as he pushed out a fist, all the sword circles collapsed, and even Lu Shui grunted as blood started leaking from her lips. Following that, he grabbed at the scarlet flood dragon who was wandering around him, spun its figure, and smashed it onto the earth dragon. The two exotic beasts rolled away together as their auras plunged. "Slut, go to hell." After shaking off Lu Shue's sword circles, he charged towards her. Visible hot breaths were seen puffing out of his nose. Not daring to be careless, Lu Shui placed 2 fingers on her sword and ran them across the blade. Following a shout, the sword turned into a ray of light as it slashed across Bei Yushan's head. Bei Yushan attempted to grab the sword light, but it pierced a hole through his palm the next instant and blood streamed out of his wound. Seeing as the sword was about to strike him though, he still didn't seem to be flustered at all. A blood arrow shot out of his mouth and clashed with the ray of sword light. Following a clang, the sword was revealed and sent flying away. Bei Yushan grinned and pushed his huge palm on Lu Shui. She turned pale and hurriedly dodged the attack. With the help of Yang Kai's Yuan magnetic divine light, she was able to escape unscathed. After his attack failed, Bei Yushan turned to look at Yang Kai with a hideous expression and roared, "How dare an emperor realm trash like you act so presumptuous in front of this king? Die!" He directly ditched Lu Shui and sprinted towards Yang Kai. After he transformed into a giant, his mind seemed to have been affected as well, resulting in him becoming more hot-blooded and easily provoked. Yang Kai lowered his gaze and stared at him in silence. "Watch out!" Lu Shui exclaimed and gripped her sword before trying to rush forward, but she was too late. She could only watch as Bei Yushan landed a palm on the spot Yang Kai was standing. Yang Kai was only in the Emperor realm, so if he was struck by this palm, there was no way he would survive. Lu Shui almost wanted to look away as she didn't have the heart to watch. Right then, a shocking dragon roar was heard as a divine spirit's aura surged. Even though this aura wasn't as powerful as that of Zhu Jiuyin, it felt just as horrifying. Before Lu Shui's stunned eyes, she witnessed Yang Kai transform into a gigantic figure that was unbelievably tall. The figure was covered in dragon scales. There were dragon horns on his forehead, and his dragon claws were extremely sharp. The dragon tail behind him swayed back and forth as the beard on his chin flapped in the wind. A rich dragon pressure suddenly filled the air. Dragon Clan. Lu Shui was dumbfounded. The giant Bei Yushan had turned into was huge, but faced with such an enormous figure, Bei Yushan was like a grandson who was standing beside his grandfather. He was totally incomparable to Yang Kai. Presently, he was stunned as well. Since he turned into a giant, he had looked down at everyone all the time, so he had never expected that he would one day have to look up at someone in this form. A gigantic shadow that seemed able to shade the entire world appeared. It was actually a dragon claw that was coming at him. At that instant, he yelled and raised his hands above his head in an attempt to ward off the claw. As soon as he went into this posture, the dragon claw struck him. Following a loud boom, the entire world shook and Bei Yushan disappeared from where he stood. The several dozen meters tall giant was directly pushed into the ground. Lu Shui felt her alluring eyes trembling. Just when she thought that everything had been settled, Bei Yushan's roar was heard coming from beneath the dragon claw. Following that, the claw was hoisted up as Bei Yushan slowly revealed his figure. All his muscles had bulged as he forcefully raised the dragon claw. He was born with great strength, and after using his secret technique, his power increased significantly. Although Yang Kai used his dragon transformation, he still couldn't gain the upper hand when it came to strength. World force surged, and Yang Kai's humongous figure was sent flying away. Bei Yushan laughed like a lunatic. "Ha ha ha! Good. Again. As though he had gone mad, he directly charged towards Yang Kai. It seemed that he wanted to compete against Yang Kai with pure physical strength again. Lu Shui quickly sent out a sword wave to stop him, but he ignored her attacks and simply allowed the sword chi to slash across him. Soon, he was wounded and covered in blood. This guy has lost his mind, Lu Shui thought, speculating that he might have been affected by his secret technique. On the other hand, Yang Kai stabilized himself and looked down at Bei Yushan, who was bolting towards him. With a dispassionate expression, he balled up his claw and struck out with his fist. A glint flashed through Bei Yushan's eyes as he met the attack with his fist. This kind of battle was blood-boiling for him. The opponents he had come across in the past were never willing to compete against him with strength. They would always jump around like monkeys, trying to wear him down by attacking from a distance, which always displeased him. The gap between the fists, one was huge and the other was tiny, was rapidly shortening. With that said, Bei Yushan's fist was only smaller in a relative sense. There was no way the fist of a several dozen meters tall giant was small, not to mention that world force swirled around his fist, making it appear larger than it was. Just then, a spear appeared and expanded with the wind. Yang Kai grasped the enormous azure dragon spear and roared. As he infused all his strength into his spear, he thrust it out. The excitement and joy behind Bei Yushan's eyes were replaced by shock and then fury. The blood mist around his body surged as he yelled, "I'll kill you!" A furious Bei Yushan charged forward instead of retreating. With his hands cupping around Azure Dragon's spear, he seemed determined to snatch the weapon. Right then, a rumble was heard as an extremely thick beam of lightning descended from the sky and accurately struck Bei Yushan's head. The bolt of lightning was different from the ones seen previously. The color was richer and it was clearly more powerful. After the lightning appeared, Yang Kai could feel that the world energy around him had decreased significantly. Apparently, Yuhi had used a lot of Seven Wonders Land's background to make the strike. Despite costing a lot of energy, the result of the strike was excellent. After being engulfed in the purple lightning, Bei Yushan started trembling violently as all his hair was standing on end. The lightning roamed around his body and shattered the blood mist, which caused him to be rooted to the spot. Just then, the Azure Dragon's spear pierced towards him. Just like a dragon, the spear jabbed into his chest and stuck out from his back. He widened his eyes and grabbed the spear with both hands before pulling it towards himself. He was so forceful that Yang Kai lost his balance and tilted forward. Then, a fist was seen coming at Yang Kai's face. The aura of death alarmed him as he bellowed, "Dragon Shield!" The Dao seal in Yang Kai's body radiated a dazzling glow as a light brown power streamed out of his figure and turned into layers of sturdy dragon shields, blocking the space between Bei Yushan and him. In the blink of an eye, over 100 dragon shields had been formed. The earth element power Yang Kai had condensed was high order, but due to the fact that he hadn't ascended to the open heaven realm, this was just a simple use of earth element power. Even though its defense was strong, it might not be good enough when faced with a rampaging fourth order open heaven realm master's world force. That was the reason Yang Kai hurriedly condensed so many dragon shields at the same time. That was also the reason his sixth order Yuan magnetic divine light was resisted by some of the low-rank open heaven realm masters earlier. AC Che. Wherever Bei Yushan's fist passed, the dragon shields shattered as though they were made of paper. Although the dragon shields shattered, they were not totally useless. At the very least, they had weakened the power of Bei Yushan's attack. After just 3 breaths, the more than 100 dragon shields broke and the fist expanded rapidly in Yang Kai's eyes before striking his chest. His dragon scales were blasted off his body and his huge figure was sent flying away as he sprayed out a mouthful of blood in midair. Suppressing the pain he felt, Yang Kai summoned the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd and opened the lid, whereupon the thick Yuan magnetic divine light shot towards Bei Yushan. Initially, after Bei Yushan activated his secret technique, his body expanded and his strength surged while the blood mist around his body served as a layer of extremely sturdy defense. However, after he was struck by the lightning controlled by Yu He, the blood mist broke apart, and a weakness in his defense was revealed, which was why Yang Kai managed to impale him with his spear. Presently, There was a big hole that went right through Bei Yushan's chest, and his heart had been shredded. His injuries could be said to be fatal, but he hadn't lost his life yet, which went to show how astonishing his vitality was. The thick yuan magnetic divine light streamed into his body through this hole and rampaged around violently. Oblivious to it though, Bei Yushan strode towards Yang Kai, as though he was determined to destroy his opponent before he died. Rays of sword qi crisscrossed each other as dazzling sword lights slashed across Bei Yushan. Lu Shui attempted to stop him, but the result wasn't ideal. Seeing as Bei Yushan was about to reach Yang Kai, she felt her heart leaping to her throat. A severely injured Yang Kai was no longer able to sustain his half-dragon form. Although Bei Yushan had only hit him once, it was a head-on strike from a fourth-order open heaven realm master. Yang Kai was already extremely lucky to not have instantly lost his life. Fortunately, the more than 100 dragon shields and the sturdiness of his half-dragon form saved his life. When he was sent flying away though, he turned back into his human form. The giant charged forward and pushed out his fist. However, Yang Kai didn't dodge the attack as he looked up at him with an impassive expression. Just as the fist was about to strike, Bei Yushan suddenly froze, and following that, he started wailing. A multicolored light radiated from all his 7 orifices, and countless rays started shooting out of his body. The light was the yuan magnetic divine light that had streamed into his body earlier. The unceasing light lasted for more than 10 breaths before it finally stopped. Yang Kai put the yuan magnetic divine light away, and Bei Yushan, who was standing in front of him, lost all traces of vitality. Like a statue, he was standing there with his fist raised. The next instant, Bei Yushan burst into a blood mist that fell to the ground with a splash. He had died. Initially, his heart was already destroyed by Yang Kai's spear thrust, which was a fatal injury. Then Lu Shui attacked him furiously, accumulating numerous injuries on his body. Furthermore, the yuan magnetic divine light flooded into his body and damaged his flesh and meridians. He was extraordinary to have lasted up to this point. Nevertheless, he still passed on in the end. Lu Shui let out a long breath and set her mind at ease. For a moment, she thought that Yang Kai was going to be killed. Could be said to have been an extremely difficult battle. Both Lu Shui and Bei Yushan were in the 4th order open heaven realm, so they were equally matched. If they were in a one-on-one fight, it was hard to tell who would emerge as the winner. During the battle, she had the help of the Grand Array controlled by Yu He, and Yang Kai revealed his trump cards one by one. Furthermore, the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon were of great help. These were the reasons they could end Bei Yushan's life so quickly. In addition, the secret technique Bei Yushan used had clearly affected his mental state. If he had decided to flee instead of battling against them until the end, Yang Kai and Lu Shui might not have been able to make him stay. Unfortunately for him, after the secret technique was activated, though his might had increased tremendously, all thoughts other than battling to the death never occurred to him. We need to recover our strength quickly. Yang Kai coughed and stuffed some spirit pills into his mouth. Then, he sat down cross-legged and adjusted his breathing to heal his wounds. Although Bei Yushan was dead, Chun Tianfei and Zhao Baichuan were still alive. They had to die. Only once they were dead could Yang Kai really take control of Seven Wonders Land. Lu Shui wasn't badly injured as she had kept her distance from Bei Yushan instead of fighting with him head-on. Therefore, she was still full of energy. On the other hand, Yang Kai was relentlessly hunted down by Bei Yushan, so he was seriously wounded. Fortunately, his restorative abilities were incredible. In just 1 hour, he managed to get back on his feet. Although he hadn't fully recovered, he was already able to fight. Just then, Yuhi's voice entered his ears. Apparently, she had been paying attention to the situation outside the fog. Yang Kai communicated with her for a bit and came up with a plan, which he then told Lu Shui about. Lu Shui nodded and flew up to the periphery of the fog. With her cold water long sword raised, she began condensing immense sword chi and world force onto her blade. As soon as she was prepared, a fat figure dashed out of the fog. It was none other than Chen Tianfei. Yu He controlled the Grand Array, which was why she was able to hold down the 2 Scarlet Stars managers on her own. Could be said that she had made the biggest contribution in this battle. Chen Tianfei would never have been able to leave the fog if she hadn't released him. It was Yuhi who had intentionally let Qin Tianfei appear, just like what she had done with Bei Yushan earlier. Qin Tianfei's cultivation technique was pretty unique. The extra weight on his body wasn't a burden but a means to protect himself. Presently, he had significantly slimmed down, and there were lots of visible injuries on his body. Obviously, he hadn't been doing well inside the fog. Initially, he couldn't identify his direction inside the mist, nor could he find out the opponent's whereabouts. When the view around him became clear all of a sudden, he was evidently startled. The next instant, a shocking sword light came into his sight. A horrified Qin Tianfei immediately knew that he had been set up, so he hurriedly took a deep breath as his figure expanded. The secret technique Bei Yushan had used allowed his figure to expand and turn into a giant that was several dozen meters in height. On the other hand, Qin Tianfei's secret technique made him transform into a literal meatball. Unlike how imposing Bei Yushan was, Qin Tianfei appeared quite comical. He was engulfed by the sword light as a slashing sound echoed through the air and blood splattered everywhere. He was caught off guard when Lu Shui attacked him, which was why he was so seriously injured. His rotund figure visibly shrunk like a popped balloon. After the sword light dissipated, Qin Tianfei was seen covered in blood. He was still reeling from the shock as he was panting heavily. However, at this moment, he looked just like an average person as all his extra weight was gone. His originally tight-fitting clothes became so loose they were practically slipping off. Lu Shui, you cheap slut. How dare you set me up? Qin Tianfei widened his eyes in fury. Lu Shui sported a grim expression. How did he even survive? She had hidden outside the fog in advance and made plenty of preparations to deliver a fatal strike. Initially, she thought that she could kill Qin Tianfei on the spot, but it turned out that her attack only made his extra weight fall off. This was a surprising outcome for her. Both Bei Yushan and Qin Tianfei proved that it wasn't easy to deal with these managers from Scarlet Star. The reason they could kill the Ouyang brothers was that Yang Kai had changed into a different appearance and managed to catch them completely off guard. Moreover, Yuhi's pressure as a fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master suppressed them, which was why they could easily achieve their goal. Go to hell! Qin Tianfei bellowed and pounced on Lu Shui. Following a snort, Lu Shui wielded her sword and thrust it forward before jabbing her weapon right into Qin Tianfei's chest. However, as soon as her sword came into contact with his clothes, she felt as if she had pierced through a hollow space. Damn it! She felt her chest tightening, knowing that she had fallen into a trap. Her sword light shattered the clothes, but Qin Tianfei was nowhere to be found. After he became slim, his clothes were so loose they could perfectly conceal his figure. Therefore, he managed to get rid of Lu Shui's attack by shedding his clothes. She turned her head and saw that Qin Tianfei was pouncing towards Yang Kai. Apparently, he intended to capture him first. It had to be said that Qin Tianfei was indeed a smart person. Given the condition he was in, there was no way he could defeat Lu Shui. In order to live, he had to capture Yang Kai and use him as a bargaining chip. He had been trusted by Zhao Baichuan to run Scarlet Star for many years, so it was apparent that his extra weight wasn't his only virtue. Lu Shui rushed over, but it was too late. In the sky, the howling of wind and the rumbling of lightning were heard. He must have noticed that Yang Kai was in danger, which was why she attempted to help him with the Grand Array's power. Just then, Yang Kai took out a long vine that was tied with 7 bottle gourds of different colors. These bottle gourds were sound asleep when Yang Kai wielded the vine, but at that instant, they rolled away and transformed into tiny bottle gourd-shaped humans with sleepy eyes. What are these? Qin Tianfei was stunned. He was a 4th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, so he didn't have the chance to enter the primordial land. That was the reason he hadn't met an amazing treasure like the gourd vine. Yang Kai swung the vine again as it strung up all 7 bottle gourds. At that instant, Yin, Yang, and 5 element powers gathered together on that vine, forming a mutually suppressive and reinforcing cycle that soon burst forth with a shocking world force aura. Qin Tianfei widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "5th Order Open Heaven Realm?" A 5th Order Open Heaven aura burst from the gourd vine, which horrified Qin Tianfei to the point that he froze on the spot. The 7 bottle gourds corresponded to each of the Yin, Yang, and 5 elements of the 5th Order. In the primordial land, the bearer surnamed Go who was selected by divine spirit Jin Wu, activated the powers of these bottle gourds and thoroughly shocked Yang Kai. It wasn't until he was hunted down by the relentless Yang Kai inside the world fruit that he was forced to use this as a last resort. Presently, Yang Kai did the same thing, gathering the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements together. Lights of different colors blended with each other as the powers mutually reinforced one another. With the help of the open heaven power derived from the gourd vine, Yang Kai launched a strike at Chen Tianfei. Seeing that Chen Tianfei was completely flustered, after all, he was just a 4th-order open heaven realm master. Although it was only the difference of a single order, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. That was the reason he had to be so respectful to Zhao Baichuan. Raising both hands, Chen Tianfei surged all his power and pushed out innumerable palm shadows. At the same time, he hurriedly retreated. The palm shadows collapsed when they were struck by the vine strike, and Chen Tianfei's expression was transformed by horror as he was struck. "My predestined end has come," Chen Tianfei lamented with an unwilling expression. However, the next instant, he realized that reality was a little different from what he had imagined. He was indeed struck by the vine, but he wasn't seriously injured. It was true that a 5th-order open heaven aura radiated from the vine, but the real force behind the strike could only be compared to that of the 3rd order. The gourd vine wasn't as powerful as it appeared to be. In truth, it wasn't that the gourd vine was weak, but it was Yang Kai who wasn't strong enough. Just like the man surnamed Go, his foundation wasn't strong enough to bring out the full power of the gourd vine. Therefore, despite having such a wonderful weapon in his possession, he couldn't wield it completely. Inside the world fruit at that time, if the man surnamed Go was able to really bring forth 5th-order open heaven power, he wouldn't have lost his life. It would have been Yang Kai who died instead. Even though Yang Kai could battle against low-rank open heaven realm masters with his golden crow casts the sun divine manifestation, he was basically powerless when dealing with 5th-order open heaven realm masters. The man surnamed Go was killed by Yang Kai because he couldn't fully use the gourd vine's power. Presently, Yang Kai was facing the same problem as he couldn't bring out all of the gourd vine's power. However, Yang Kai had never expected to kill Chen Tianfei with this gourd vine. A moment of intimidation was more than enough. Before Chen Tianfei could recover, Yang Kai shouted, "Lu Shui!" A fully prepared Lu Shui had already activated her secret technique the moment Yang Kai summoned the gourd vine. Presently, a crack appeared on her glabella as though a third eye had been developed. And from that crack a finger-length golden sword chi suddenly shot out. Third eye sword. This secret technique was Lu Shui's strongest trump card. In the past, she used this move to almost kill the Scarlet Flood Dragon in the Grand Ancient's Ruins boundary. Fortunately, the Scarlet Flood Dragon was enormous and had a dragon clan bloodline which granted it immense vitality, which was why it managed to survive. Despite that, a huge wound was formed on its neck, one that almost decapitated it. It wasn't until days later that it was able to somewhat recover. When battling against Bei Yushan, Lu Shui didn't use this secret technique because it couldn't be used as she pleased. It required some time to accumulate the necessary strength, and she could only display it once before needing to rest and recover for a time. She had basically saved this secret technique to deal with Chen Tianfei. In the blink of an eye, the third eye sword chi reached the back of Chen Tianfei. Although Chen Tianfei couldn't see it, he instinctively twisted his body and dodged the attack as though a pair of eyes had grown on the back of his head. Following a slashing sound, blood started spurting from a huge wound on his shoulder. The wound was bone deep and extended from his shoulder to the center of his chest. Through the wound, one could see his pounding heart and squirming lungs. This kind of injury was critical, to say nothing of the fact that a pure sword chi was still lingering around the wound that continuously damaged Chen Tianfei's physique. Despite the fact that he was badly injured, he still hadn't lost his life. Lu Shui thought that it was such a shame. If her attack had tilted slightly to the left, she could have decapitated Chen Tianfei. With that said, this damn fatty was indeed swift as he was able to dodge the fatal attack even in such a situation. Presently, Chen Tianfei was terribly injured. His eyes were trembling, and his expression had been transformed by terror as he decided to abandon the head manager, who was still trapped inside the fog. Then, he shot into the sky and headed towards the weakest part of the Grand Array. Apparently, he wanted to escape from this place. Where do you think you're going? Lu Shui wielded her sword and relentlessly raced after him. On the other hand, Yang Kai moved and directly got in the way of Chen Tianfei. Following that, he swung his gourd vine and lashed him. With a furious expression, Chen Tianfei gritted his teeth and bellowed, "Scram if you don't want to die." Earlier, he had seen Yang Kai use the gourd vine and realized that it wasn't as powerful as it appeared to be. So he wasn't so afraid now. Then, he directly charged towards Yang Kai and raised his hand to deal with the gourd vine. Following a boom, Chen Tianfei's figure shook slightly. On the vine, the 7 bottle gourds turned back into their original form upon impact as the open heaven power dissipated. Although it was easy to use this vine, it couldn't withstand too powerful a strike. If the bottle gourds were injured, they would fall unconscious and it would be impossible to activate them again. After defeating the gourd vine, Chen Tianfei increased his speed. Yang Kai stored the gourd vine and summoned the Azure Dragon Spear before saying impassively, "Fatty, 7 Wonders Land will be your final resting place. Stop making futile attempts to survive." Saying so, a great sun rose from behind his back and blinded everyone's eyes. A golden crow was seen flying and cawing around the great sun, so what if you can use a divine manifestation? "Whoever blocks my way must die," Chen Tianfei bellowed. A divine manifestation was indeed powerful, and Zhao Baichuan once commented that with this divine manifestation, Yang Kai could fight low-rank open heaven realm masters. But Chen Tianfei was in the mid-rank. In the open heaven realm, mid-rank and low-rank master couldn't even be compared as the difference between them was further apart than the heavens and earth. As long as he could break through the blockades set up by Yang Kai and leave 7 Wonders Land, he would be safe. By then, he could look for any place to settle down in the 3,000 worlds. Unfortunately, the people from Scarlet Star had just gained a footing when they were plotted against by Yang Kai. Not only had they let the chance slip through their fingers, but many managers had also lost their lives. Therefore, it was expected that the resentment Chen Tianfei had against Yang Kai could never be resolved. Just then, a rumble was heard which made Chen Tianfei feel horrified. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky and filled his vision. At the most critical moment, Yuhi diverted her attention and gave Yang Kai a hand. She could control the Grand Array's power. Earlier, she was able to trap both Zhao Baichuan and Chen Tianfei on her own. So now that there was only Zhao Baichuan in the fog, she could deal with him with ease and pay more attention to the situation outside. Once she made a move, she directly stopped Chen Tianfei from running away. Seeing as the lightning was about to reach him, Chen Tianfei hurriedly dodged. However, the lightning was incredibly fast, so there was no way he could evade it. As soon as the lightning hit his head, he roared in pain. An electrocuted Chen Tianfei trembled violently, and a burnt smell wafted from the wound on his shoulder. Just then, Yang Kai arrived with his spear. The horrifying power of the Golden Crow casts the Sun Divine Manifestation condensed at the tip of the Azure Dragon Spear before engulfing Chen Tianfei. Hong Long Long, a battered figure was seen rapidly falling from the sky, and his aura was extremely unstable. It was none other than Chen Tianfei. First, his extra weight was shaved off by Lu Shui's initial strike, which caused him to lose his strongest defense. Then he was badly injured by her third eye sword. Following that, he was struck by the lightning controlled by Yuhi. That was why Yang Kai could easily defeat him with his Golden Crow casts the sun. Strictly speaking, what Yang Kai had done was basically adding a last flower to the bouquet. Although his divine manifestation was powerful, Yang Kai wasn't. Usually, Chen Tianfei could have easily blocked or even destroyed the divine manifestation. But he was already heavily wounded by Lu Shui and Yuhi, which was why Yang Kai could gain the upper hand. Following a loud crash, Chen Tianfei fell to the ground and formed a huge pit, and before he could get back up, Lu Shui charged forward. Standing in the void, Yang Kai stored his Azure Dragon Spear and looked down before letting out a long breath. They had won. Chen Tianfei was seriously injured, so he could probably only display 30% of his power now. On the other hand, Lu Shui was unharmed, so it wasn't difficult for her to defeat him. Once they settled Chen Tianfei, they only had to deal with Zhao Baichuan. Faced with Yuhi, who could control the Grand Array, Scarlet Star's head manager couldn't even escape, so it was just a matter of time before he was killed. Gazing at the expansive 7 Wonders Land, Yang Kai felt somewhat odd. After he leapt out from his universe world's restrictions and arrived in the outer universe, this was the first place he settled down. Due to the horrible experiences he faced here though, he wasn't fond of this place. However, he had never expected that, completely by chance, Seven Wonders Land would fall into his hands one day. All this started because Su Huang gave him the array jade before his death. Yang Kai couldn't help but think that fate was truly unpredictable. With that said, this outcome was beyond highest expectations. With this place in possession, there was somewhere he could call home in the outer universe. First In was good, and he had many friends like Bai Qi and the others there. The proprietress also took good care of him, however, that force didn't belong to him. If he wanted to bring his friends and family out from the star boundary, he would need his own foundation. Therefore, Seven Wonders Land was exactly what he needed at the moment. It seemed that he didn't need to go back to First In a hurry. Instead, he should return to the star boundary first. Now, he possessed a world tree root, so he had to see whether this thing could help the star boundary recover. While he was lost in his thoughts, Chen Tianfei suddenly exclaimed, "Don't kill me. I'm willing to surrender. Foreign Elder Yang, please spare my life." Yang Kai turned his head and saw that Chen Tianfei appeared extremely pitiful. Under Lu Shui's suppression, he wasn't even able to lift his head. He was practically covered in wounds and blood. It wouldn't take long before he was killed. At this life and death moment, his dignity no longer mattered as he begged for Yang Kai's mercy. Lu Shui frowned and slowed down her attacks before looking inquisitively at Yang Kai. An unfazed Yang Kai said dispassionately, "Fatty, it's too late to surrender. Moreover, even if you're willing to surrender, I'm not strong enough to control you. So it's best we send you on your way now." Yang Kai was fully aware of his own capabilities. As an Emperor Realm cultivator, how was he supposed to control a fourth-order open heaven realm master even if they were willing to submit to him? If Yang Kai were more powerful than Chen Tianfei, he could have planted a restriction on the latter to ensure his loyalty, but this fatty was a fourth-order open heaven realm master, which meant he was much, much stronger. Therefore, Yang Kai wasn't able to control him. Moreover, many people from Scarlet Star had been killed, so there was no way Chen Tianfei wasn't resentful of him. It was easy to spare his life on this day, but it would be difficult to deal with him if he acted out in the future. Hearing that, Lu Shui pressed her attack, which caused Chen Tianfei to fall into a perilous situation. Presently, his life was hanging by a thread as he might be killed at any moment. A horrified Chen Tianfei knew that if he couldn't make Yang Kai change his mind, he was doomed. So while he was dodging Lu Shui's fatal strikes, he exclaimed, "I have the loyalty list. I'm willing to give it to Sir to show my sincerity." Yang Kai had no idea what the loyalty list was, but a tinge of surprise flashed through Lu Shui's eyes when she heard that. "The loyalty list is in your hands?" Puzzled Yang Kai inquired about it. After Lu Shui explained to him the uses of the loyalty list, his gaze brightened as he raised his hand. "Don't kill him just yet." Hearing that, Lu Shui immediately sheathed her sword. Still reeling from the shock, a pale Chen Tianfei was panting heavily. Yang Kai descended from the sky and landed beside Lu Shui before staring at Chen Tianfei. "Where's the loyalty list?" It was apparent that Chen Tianfei wasn't willing to part with this treasure, but he still quickly fished out a palm-sized book from his space ring and held it out with both hands. "Sir, this is the loyalty list. Please have a look." After raising his hand, Yang Kai drew the book towards himself and felt that its texture was a bit strange. The entire book seemed to be made from the animal skin of an exotic beast. It was weighty, and the characters' loyalty list were written on the cover. Upon flipping through it, Yang Kai realized that there were only 9 pages in the book and every page was blank. Besides that, there was a petite horn that was sandwiched between the pages. The finger-length horn looked just like a bamboo shoot. Both the loyalty list and the horn exuded a faint divine spirit's aura. Upon realizing that the loyalty list was made from a divine spirit, Yang Kai felt his chest tightening. He wondered who the great expert was that made this book. It had to be noted that a mature divine spirit was as powerful as a high-rank open heaven realm master, so it was extremely difficult to kill one, let alone make a book using their carcass. Sensing Yang Kai's doubts, Lu Shui explained, "The loyalty list is made from Xia Ji's skin and flesh. It seems to have the ability to judge between malice and goodwill." "Congratulations, sir." Xia Ji. One of Yang Kai's brow twitched. Certainly, he was familiar with the name. Xiaxi was indeed a divine spirit, and he was highly ranked among them. It was said that when Xiaxi opened his eyes in fury, he was able to differentiate the righteous and wicked and tell who held virtuous or malicious intent. He was the definition of impartial, therefore it wasn't surprising that an artifact made from his remains could do the same. Lu Shui went on to say, a few thousand years ago there was a master known as Loyalty Demon who used this loyalty list to enslave a group of open heaven realm masters and wreak havoc in the 3,000 worlds. Everyone was resentful of him, and in the end, it was the great experts from the cave heavens and paradises who killed him. However, even though Loyalty Demon died, the small universe in his body didn't collapse. Instead, it was hidden in the void, and no one knew where it was. 200 years ago, someone in the Star City found a lead, and at that time, Sword Pavilion, Thunderlight, and Scarlet Star joined forces and sought out Loyalty Demon's lost small universe. Although they managed to enter it, they couldn't find the loyalty list. Everyone thought that the book was destroyed or snatched by the cave heavens and paradises. Who would have thought that it had fallen into Fatty Chen Tian's hands? Yang Kai nodded and gave Chen Tianfei a meaningful look. It seemed that even Zhao Baichuan wasn't aware of the loyalty list, which went to show that the fatty wasn't as dedicated to him as he seemed. In any case, if he were truly loyal, he wouldn't have tried to abandon Zhao Baichuan and flee on his own. How do you use this thing? Yang Kai asked. Before Lu Shui could explain it, Chen Tianfei said, this subordinate only has to leave his name and aura on it, and Sir will then be able to control my life and death. He was doing all he could to live. After leaving his name and aura on the loyalty list, his life would be controlled by another, but it was better than if he was killed in this place. If you dare to betray me, Yang Kai looked smilingly at him. There was a solemn expression on Chen Tianfei's face. The subordinate will never do that. If that really happens one day, Sir can just use Xiaxi's horn to cross off my name, and I will immediately lose my life. But I'm much weaker than you are. Yang Kai appeared in a dilemma. The loyalty list is great, but I'm not sure if this will work on you. Of course it. Chen Tianfei also wasn't certain. He had tried using the loyalty list before, but the people controlled were much weaker than he was. Therefore, he had no idea whether a weaker person could dominate a stronger one. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai believed that it didn't matter whether he killed Chen Tianfei, but it might be useful to keep him alive. After all, he was a fourth-order open heaven realm master, so he had some strength. Moreover, he had managed Scarlet Star and allowed it to thrive over the years, which went to show that he was talented in this regard. If the people from the star boundary were to settle here, they would need someone to take care of them. Although there were head manager Hua Qingxi and second manager Bian Yuqing in High Heaven Palace, they were not familiar with the 3,000 worlds. Therefore, they needed someone to help them with assimilating. This fatty was a good candidate for the job. After just a moment of consideration, Yang Kai made up his mind and opened the loyalty list. You shall leave your name here. It was only then that Chen Tianfei relaxed and appeared grateful. Many thanks for your mercy, sir. This subordinate swears upon his life that he will always be loyal to you. Lu Shui shot him a disdainful look which was ignored by Chen Tianfei. He lifted his finger and bit it before forcing out a drop of blood essence. Then he wrote his name on the first page of the loyalty list. At that instant, Yang Kai realized that a connection had been established between the loyalty list and Chen Tianfei and understood that this list indeed worked. More importantly, he didn't need to refine the book, which meant that it wouldn't burden him in any way. Nevertheless, this was a downside as well. Since refinement wasn't needed, it meant that anyone who possessed the loyalty list could control Chen Tianfei's life. After pledging his loyalty, Chen Tianfei appeared even more respectful. Then, he suggested that he assist Yu He to kill Zhao Baichuan to show his sincerity. Certainly, Yang Kai wouldn't reject his idea, so he told Lu Shui and him to give Yu He a hand. Soon, booming explosions as well as Zhao Baichuan's furious shouts were continuously heard coming from the fog. Just a stick of incense later, the fog dissipated to reveal 4 figures. Yu He was slightly pale, but she was generally fine. There was a cut on Lu Shui's stomach as her clothes were soaked in blood. On the other hand, Chen Tianfei was lying on the ground and panting. Zhao Baichuan was standing in an upright posture, and he was seen with his eyes wide open. However, he didn't exude any vitality at all. Although they managed to join forces and kill Zhao Baichuan, it was difficult to deal with a fifth-order open heaven realm master who was on the brink of death. Nevertheless, in the end, he still lost his life in Seven Wonders Land. World force streamed out of his body and permeated the air before heading to the void. Yang Kai had a feeling that something had been added to Seven Wonders Land at that moment. He already noticed this phenomenon when the other fourth-order managers were killed. When they passed away, the small universes in their bodies would collapse and their world force would dissipate. Despite the fact that Yang Kai was aware of that, he didn't have the time to ponder over the matter until now. After sensing it, he realized that the world force leaking from Zhao Baichuan's body had strengthened Seven Wonders Land. This discovery amazed him. It seemed that he had to ask Yuhi about it at a later time to find out what was going on. In this battle, all the managers of Scarlet Star were killed except for Chun Tianfei, who had surrendered. Anyone who had not been killed had fled. The noises of this battle were deafening, which was why they all became aware of it. Not daring to stay, they seized the chance to escape Seven Wonders Land when Yang Kai and the others were distracted. Yang Kai didn't have the intention of making them stay either. He wasn't wary of those trivial cultivators. From now on, Seven Wonders Land belonged to him. It was such a pity for Zhao Baichuan that it had only been 1 day since he took control of Seven Wonders Land, but the place already had a new owner now, which was pretty ironic. Qin Tianfei wasn't dead, but he had become a skinny fellow, which made him look pitiful. All of them remained in the same place to heal their wounds. Yuhi was the first to fully recover, as she hadn't really been injured. It was just that she had become exhausted after the battle. After all, not only did she have to trap Zhao Baichuan, but she also had to pay attention to the situation outside the fog. When Yang Kai and Lu Shui were battling against Bei Yushan and Chun Tianfei, she had also given them a hand. Initially, she didn't understand why Qin Tianfei would side with them at the last moment, but she figured it out as soon as she saw the loyalty list. With this thing around, Qin Tianfei wouldn't dare to betray them unless he was sick of living. Then Yang Kai voiced the doubt he had in his heart. With a smile, Yuhi explained every open heaven realm master has a small universe in their body. Although this small universe isn't a true world, it's still considered an independent world on its own. Once a cultivator passes away, the small universe will fall apart, and their world force will dissipate. This world force is beneficial to any world. For example, the world force could strengthen Seven Wonders Land's heritage and expand its mass. Does it always work that way? Yang Kai widened his eyes in disbelief. Yuhi said with a smile, "Yes, it does. Young master, how do you think those cave heavens and paradises came about? They were not born powerful, but instead grew slowly over the millennia. All their top masters who passed away in their headquarters allowed their accumulated strength to enhance the heritage and foundation of their force. Many generations passed, and that's how those cave heavens and paradises have grown to be so powerful." An idea suddenly flashed through Yang Kai's mind as he asked, "In that case, does that mean that Seven Wonders Land can also become a cave heaven or paradise one day?" "It's possible, but in order to achieve that, it will require countless years of accumulation." Yang Kai said, "If we capture some open heaven realm masters and kill them here." Yuhi pressed her lips together. "That will offend a lot of people." Yang Kai knew that it was an unrealistic idea, but it was one of the ways to do it. The heritage of Seven Wonders Land has grown by about 10% after all the recent battles. Yuhi's words made Yang Kai feel elated. The heritage of a place wasn't just about tangible things like the landmass that the eyes could see. There were also intangible benefits like the world, energy, and principles. After the heritage of Seven Wonders Land was strengthened, even its grand array would be fortified. There were indeed a lot of benefits. It wasn't surprising to see this kind of growth in Seven Wonders Land, though. After all, in just a short period of time, over 100 open heaven realm masters had lost their lives here. Over several dozen open heaven realm masters from Scarlet Star were killed in this place, and in the previous battle there were many open heaven realm masters from Seven Wonders Land that were slaughtered. Although most were just low-rank open heaven realm masters, there were many of them. Even 8 mid-rank open heaven realm masters had lost their lives. Initially, there were 3 venerables who were in the mid-rank open heaven realm in Seven Wonders Land. 2 of them were dead, and with Spirit Land Venerable Miao Yu surrendered to their enemies to save his life. Qi Chao was also set up and killed by Yu Xiushan and Zhao Baichuan. That was 3 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters killed. Following that, Yang Kai disguised himself and brought Yu He, a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, to kill the Ouyang brothers, Lady Qin, Bei Yushan as well as Zhao Baichuan. There were 5 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who lost their lives today. It was the World Force that left these deceased Open Heaven Realm Masters that filled Seven Wonders Land and strengthened its background. It could be said that a lot of benefits had been gained through these battles. However, Yang Kai and his group were in a pretty embarrassing situation now. In the entire Seven Wonders Land, apart from Yang Kai, Yu He, Lu Shui, and Qin Tianfei, who had just surrendered, there were only the 2 exotic beasts, the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon. This expansive territory looked desolate at the moment, so Yang Kai released the people from Small Sealed World and got Guozi Yen out of the 6 Fated Paths bag to add some life to this place. Guozi Yen was shocked when he saw Qian Tianfei, as he wondered why this fatty had become such a slim man. Upon learning that Seven Wonders Land now belonged to Yang Kai, they were all happy for him. The cleanup after the battle was giving everyone a headache, but most importantly, they had to repair the Grand Array. The Grand Array had been damaged in the previous battle, so it would require a Spirit Array Grandmaster to repair it. Moreover, in order to do that, a lot of manpower and resources were required. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't lack the latter. His wealth had already increased significantly when he was in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, and after killing Zhao Baichuan, he also obtained the remaining 30% of Scarlet Star's income. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for him to provide the resources to repair the Grand Array. The crux of the problem was manpower. Where was he supposed to find a Spirit Array Grandmaster? Even if he could find one, would that person be trustworthy? All these were serious issues. In Yang Kai's plan, Seven Wonders Land would become his home and foundation in the 3,000 worlds, as well as the place where the people from the star boundary could settle down. However, he wasn't even sure where he should start. A few days later, the dust from the battle finally settled. All of them had recovered significantly, especially Qin Tianfei, who although not as fat as before, at least no longer appeared frail. Just then, Meng Hong and the others came over to bid Yang Kai farewell. He was a disciple from Great Moon Province. Previously, he was accidentally dragged into the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, and there hadn't been any news about him for more than 10 years. The people from Great Moon Province must have thought that he was dead when in fact, he had gained a lot of benefits in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary over the past over 10 years. After all, he had wiped his original foundation clean by clearing the third-order elements from his Dao Seal with Tai Yi Soul Cleansing Water, and then replaced them with fifth-order elements. Therefore, he had the potential to become a fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master in the future. If he could achieve that, the status of Great Moon Province would instantly take a leap forward. Now he was practically the hope for his great force. When he returned, he would definitely be fully supported by Great Moon Province. Now that he had gotten out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, Meng Hong was eager to return to Great Moon Province and tell the others that he was alive and well. Yang Kai naturally did not make him stay, and even gave him a space ring before the latter left. Meng Hong took the ring and scanned it. Then his expression changed slightly. "Senior Brother Yang, I cannot accept such a precious gift." After he finished speaking, he wanted to return the ring to him. There were the fifth-order materials in the ring that Meng Hong needed the most now. Yang Kai replied with a smile, "Brother Meng, you've given me a world fruit, so my gift is nothing compared to that. In fact, I've already obtained enough benefits." The world fruit given by Meng Hong was a mid-rank one that could help a mid-rank cultivator instantly rise to the next order. Yang Kai didn't have many of them as he only possessed 3. He knew that even if he tried to return the world fruit to Meng Hong, the latter wouldn't accept it. Meng Hong was a righteous man who would always repay the favors he owed. Therefore, Yang Kai decided to give him some resources, which he had a lot of anyway. Moreover, the value of several fifth-order materials wasn't comparable to that of a mid-rank world fruit. Seeing as he wanted to turn him down, Yang Kai said, "Great Moon Province is just a third-class force. I've seen your leader before, and he's just a third-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Brother Meng, have you ever considered, given the power of your great force, How long will it take for them to gather the resources for you to ascend to the open heaven realm? You're still young, so why should you waste your time waiting? With these resources, you can break through quickly and help your sect. Although what he said was blunt, it was the truth. Hearing that, Meng Hong fell silent for a moment before letting out a sigh. Then, he accepted the ring and replied, "Senior Brother Yang, I'll never forget this favor of yours." The thing was that Great Moon Province was really not a wealthy great force. So Meng Hong didn't have the heart to ask them to help him look for the Fifth Order resources. If all of them were to help only him, his junior brothers and sisters would have no more resources to cultivate with. It was because of this consideration that he stopped rejecting Yang Kai's gift. Yang Kai chuckled and patted the other man's shoulder. "Brother Meng, this is the least I can do. By the way, I've also prepared some things for your two junior brothers as well as Old Fong, Diayu and Ah Sun. Please bring it back to them." The two junior brothers beside Meng Hong had followed him around in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary for the past 10+ years. So Yang Kai had prepared some Fourth Order resources for them. Although they had built their foundations by condensing Third Order elements already, it didn't mean they couldn't refine Fourth Order resources. After they became Third Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the future, they would be more powerful than others in the same realm with this advantage. On the other hand, he had prepared 3 doses of Tai Soul Cleansing Water for Old Fong and the others, but not any Yin Yang 5 elements materials. That was because he had no idea where their limits were and whether they needed to clear the element powers from their Dao seals. If they wanted to imitate Meng Hong by wiping away the elements in their Dao seals and condense new ones, they could use the Tai Soul Cleansing Water, after which he would prepare some resources for their cultivation. After a nod, Meng Hong took the space ring and thanked him again. Then, he left with his 2 junior brothers and Chun Yu. Chun Yu's great force was in the same great territory as Great Moon Province, so they were heading in the same direction. Yang Kai summoned Chen Tianfei and told him to escort the 4 of them. Seven Wonders Land was pretty far from Great Moon Province as they had to pass through several great territories. If the 3 of them were to set off on the journey alone, they might fall into danger. After all, they might come across bandits who would rob them of their valuables or even their lives. They would be safer with a Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Chen Tianfei escorting them. Meng Hong didn't reject this idea. A while later, the 5 of them passed through a gap in the Grand Array and disappeared. After Meng Hong and the others were gone, Yang Kai turned around and gazed at Lu Shui. "Do you have any plans for the future?" She was originally from Sword Pavilion, and the only reason she sided with Yang Kai in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary was that she wanted to seek his protection. After leaving the boundary, she had nowhere to go. Previously, she had helped Yang Kai battle against the people from Scarlet Star, but that was more a matter of being present than being loyal. In fact, Yang Kai wanted to make her stay as he desperately needed more capable people now. After Chen Tianfei was gone, he only had Yu He, Guo Ziyin, and a few others with him. A hint of puzzlement flashed across Lu Shui's eyes when she heard that. Not wanting to rush her to make any decision, Yang Kai continued, "If you want to leave, I won't make you stay. I've prepared 100 million open heaven pills for you, which should last you for the rest of your life. If you want to come back to Seven Wonders Land in the future, I'll also welcome you. Of course, it'd be best if you could stay." Lu Shui was moved as 100 million open heaven pills was a huge sum. Yang Kai was actually generous enough to give her so many pills. Although he was extremely wealthy now, he wasn't obliged to give her anything. Could be said that with 100 million pills in her possession, Lu Shui wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources ever again. She just had to look for a star city and cultivate. In the future, she might even stand a chance to ascend to the Sixth Order. "I can stay." Lu Shui gazed at him. Yang Kai burst into laughter. "Of course you can. However, you've seen the situation Seven Wonders Land is in now. If you don't mind it, this will be your home from now on." Without hesitation, Lu Shui flashed a smile at him. "Then I'll stay." Yang Kai replied with a smile. "Welcome." Lu Shui saluted him in an elegant manner. "Greetings, sir. I will be your subordinate from now on." She didn't look down on Yang Kai just because he was weaker than she was right now. That was because she knew that once Yang Kai ascended to the open heaven realm, she would only be able to look up to his achievements, to say nothing of the fact that he was already able to battle against low-rank open heaven realm masters now. An embarrassed Yang Kai rubbed his nose. Since you've called me, sir, I'll not regard you as an outsider. There's one thing I need you to help me with now. With a serious expression, Lu Shui replied, Yes, sir. After taking out a token, Yang Kai said, Take this token to First Inn and look for Madame Lan. Tell her the situation I'm in now and ask her to look for an array grandmaster to help me repair the grand array. The token was none other than the one given to him by the proprietress previously. He had repeatedly used this token to collect debts from the shopkeepers in the Star City First Inn re-established itself. After taking the token, Lu Shui replied solemnly, Yes. Then Yang Kai fished out a universe chart and pointed out the direction for her before saying, Be careful on the road. Go now and return quickly. Sir may rest assured. Upon finishing her words, Lu Shui turned into a ray of light and shot into the sky. In order to repair the Grand Array in Seven Wonders Land, they needed a Grandmaster in Spirit Arrays. Yang Kai didn't have the connections to look for one, but he was sure that the proprietress could help him with it. Moreover, Lu Shui could also inform the proprietress that he was all right so that she didn't have to worry. When he turned his head and saw how worried he was, he let out a chuckle and asked, Are you worried that proprietress will kill you? Since you're so afraid of her, why did you set her up in the past? Yang Kai could never figure this matter out. However, it was apparent that he didn't have the intention of revealing the secret, as she said angrily, At worst she will just beat me to death. On one of the spirit peaks in Seven Wonders Land, Yang Kai found a decent spot. Then he fished out Su Huang's corpse from the small sealed world and buried him in a grave that he had dug out. When Su Huang passed away in the past, Yang Kai kept his corpse in the small sealed world. Now that Seven Wonders Land was in his hands, he could finally bury his corpse in this place and let him rest in peace. After all, Seven Wonders Land originally belonged to Su Huang. There was no friendship between them as they were just making use of each other. However, Yang Kai had indeed gotten some benefits from him. The 6 Fated Paths bag belonged to Su Huang, and if he hadn't given him the array jade before his death, Yang Kai couldn't have easily snatched Seven Wonders Land. Therefore, he was basically repaying his favor by burying his body here. Just when he was ready to close the tomb, Yang Kai felt a faint soul fluctuation coming from the corpse. Yuhi's expression immediately turned solemn as she moved to stand in front of Yang Kai. Both of them watched as an illusory figure left the corpse. One so transparent it seemed it would dissipate as soon as a breeze brushed by it. That figure looked just like Su Huang. A remnant soul. Yuhi furrowed her brow as she could recognize at first glance that it was a remnant soul that had left the corpse. It wasn't harmful or threatening as one could easily destroy it, so she set her mind at ease. However, she didn't understand why there was still a remnant soul in the corpse. Yang Kai couldn't figure it out either. The corpse had been lying in the small sealed world for years, and it wasn't until this day that such an incident occurred. After giving it a thought, he reckoned that it was a restriction that Su Huang had set up before his death. Only when his corpse returned to Seven Wonders Land would this restriction be triggered, which allowed the remnant soul to appear. What is this remnant soul for? Innumerable thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind as he stared fixedly at this figure. Su Huang's remnant soul hovered in the air as he looked around for a time before muttering, I finally returned. Then he let out a sigh that was filled with sorrow and loneliness. After that he raised his hand, whereupon the array jade left Yuhi's clothes and fell into his palm. Following that, the remnant soul swiped across the array jade and returned it to her. Yuhi took it and scanned it with her divine sense, and with an awkward expression, she said, Some kind of seal in this jade has been removed. I suppose it was something he did before his death, Yang Kai replied. The array jade was given to Yang Kai by Su Huang before his death. At that time, Yang Kai suspected that Su Huang might not have completely pure intentions, and now it seemed to be the case. If he hadn't brought the corpse back to Seven Wonders Land, the last barrier in the jade would never have been lifted. If that had been the case, even though he possessed this array jade, he would never be able to fully control the grand array. I'm running out of time. Come with me, the remnant soul said and shot forward. Yang Kai and Yuhi traded glances before following after him. They didn't ask any questions because this remnant soul was left behind by Su Huang before his death. So he couldn't really think, as he was just executing the last will Su Huang had left behind. Even if they asked any questions, they wouldn't get the answers they wanted. They flew for an incense stick of time before arriving at a grand hall. This grand hall was located in Earth Spirit Land, and it was situated at the center of Seven Wonders Land. Seven Wonders Land consisted of 7 spirit provinces, which were arrayed in an interesting manner. Earth Spirit Land was located in the center, and it was the most expansive. The spirit lands of metal, wood, water, and fire were on the 4 sides, and they were much smaller than Earth Spirit Land. On the other hand, the Yin and Yang Spirit Lands were located in the front and the rear of Earth Spirit Land. From a bird's eye view, Seven Wonders Land looked just like a giant turtle hovering in the void. The shell of the turtle was Earth Spirit Land. Its front limbs were the spirit lands of metal and wood, while its back limbs were the spirit lands of water and fire. Its head was Yang Spirit Land, and its tail was Yin Spirit Land. The entire layout looked quite interesting. On the other hand, the shopping district was just a universe fragment hovering above the shell of the turtle. The remnant soul had brought Yang Kai and Yuhi to the Grand Hall of Earth Spirit Land. This was also where the heavenly monarch used to live. Then, the remnant soul shot into the Grand Hall and took numerous twists and turns before stopping in front of a wall. The things here belong to you now. After the remnant soul finished speaking, he crashed into the wall with a dull thud and dissipated into wisps of light, which then covered the wall and transformed into a portal. Yuhi and Yang Kai traded glances as they hadn't expected such a turn of events. It must be a secret storehouse, Yuhi said excitedly. Yang Kai arched his brow. He wasn't sure what was behind the portal, but considering what the remnant soul had said, it wasn't hard to deduce that it was a portal that led to a treasure house. In fact, there was another treasure house in Seven Wonders Land. Previously, Zhao Baichuan and Yu Xiaoshan had secretly come to an agreement and killed Qi Qiao. While Zhao Baichuan obtained Seven Wonders Land, Yu Xiaoshan emptied out the vault. Over the past 2 days, Yang Kai had surveyed the entire Seven Wonders Land, so he naturally saw the treasure house, but it was completely empty inside. Yu Xiaoshan had practically taken everything inside away. However, it now seemed that the treasure house out in the open was just the publicly known one. There was actually a secret storehouse hidden here. Yang Kai wondered if Qi Qiao was aware of the existence of this secret storehouse. Based on his observation, he reckoned that the heavenly monarch was in the dark about it. "Young master, be careful," Yuhi said and stepped into the portal. Yang Kai followed her as he put his guard up. An hour later, the pair left the portal together. The portal indeed led to a secret storehouse where many cultivation resources had been stored. These were things that had been accumulated over many years. Yang Kai would have been ecstatic if this happened in the past. However, he was now filthy rich from the harvest he had in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. After killing Zhao Baichuan, he even snatched back the 30% that was the income he had originally left to Scarlet Star. Therefore, he didn't feel excited about the wealth in the secret storehouse. In comparison, the wealth in the secret storehouse was just equivalent to, if not less than, the 30% income of Scarlet Star. Although the people from Scarlet Star had only stayed in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary for 10-odd years, that place was simply filled with countless treasures. On the other hand, Seven Wonders Land was just an average second-class great force. Despite the fact that they had been in existence for many years, they hadn't accumulated lots of rare treasures. With that said, there were still many good things in the secret storehouse, so it was considered an unexpected gain. Fortunately, Yang Kai had moved Su Huang's corpse out of the small sealed world, otherwise he would never have discovered this secret storehouse. After returning to that spirit peak, Yang Kai closed the tomb and erected a tombstone for Su Huang. It was then everything was settled. Standing in front of the tomb, Yuhi fished out the array jade and said, "Young master, you should be the one refining this jade. Whoever controlled this jade could lord over Seven Wonders Land." Previously, they were in a rush, which was why Yang Kai let Yuhi refine the jade. After all, as a fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, she could refine it faster. Now that Seven Wonders Land had a new owner, the array jade should be returned to Yang Kai. Unexpectedly, though, Yang Kai shook his head and declared, "You should keep it." Yuhi asked, "Young master, are you worried that it'll be hard for you to refine it?" "Don't worry, I'll assist you. You'll be able to fully refine it in a few months." With a smile, Yang Kai replied, "That's not the reason. In fact, I'll be leaving this place soon, so I'll need you to keep guard here. Young master, where are you going? Yuhi was surprised. I'm going home, Yang Kai said with a smile. The following days were peaceful. While Yang Kai was waiting for Lu Shui to return, he cultivated in seclusion. Presently, he had condensed 4 open heaven elements, which were wood, fire, earth, and water. From his fire element, he had comprehended the golden crow casts the sun divine manifestation. The earth element power came from the same source as his own, so he had also comprehended dragon shield divine ability, which had improved his defense capabilities. However, he hadn't been able to comprehend anything regarding his wood or water element powers. Theoretically, when one could fully comprehend an element's power, they could obtain some kind of secret technique and divine ability. Unfortunately, Yang Kai hadn't quite gotten the hang of this. He had started the process when he was still in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, but his efforts hadn't yielded any results up to this day. His divine manifestation had helped increase his power greatly and allowed him to fight against low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters when he was just an Emperor Realm cultivator. So what if he could comprehend 2, 3, and even more divine abilities? The road to Open Heaven Realm was all about accumulation, and it was extremely time-consuming. Before breaking through, though, he was just an Emperor Realm cultivator, and he needed some power to protect himself. Nevertheless, things couldn't be rushed. One day, while he was cultivating, Yang Kai suddenly heard Yuhi's voice in his head. He opened his eyes, and the next instant he appeared beside her. At this moment, Yuhi was looking up at the sky. Since the previous battle, many gaps had appeared in the grand array. They looked just like cracks in the sky. Presently, by looking through the biggest crack, they could see that many people had gathered together outside Seven Wonders Land. Who are those people? Yang Kai asked. Yuhi replied, they are representatives of the great forces in this great territory. They must have heard that Seven Wonders Land has a new owner, which is why they've come to visit. Do you want to see them? This great territory was called Seven Wonder Territory because Seven Wonders Land, a second-class great force, was situated in this place. Nevertheless, Seven Wonders Land wasn't the only great force in the entire Seven Wonder Territory. However, the others were just third-class forces or even weaker organizations. There was no doubt that the change of ownership in Seven Wonders Land in this great territory was a major event. Previously, many disciples from Scarlet Star had fled, so this matter could not be hidden. These people must have gotten wind of it, which was why they had come over to have a look. They were still trying to rebuild Seven Wonders Land, so supposedly it would be best to keep the doors shut so that ill-intentioned people could not grasp their real strength. However, Yang Kai darted his gaze around and grinned. Since they've come to visit, they must have brought some gifts with them. If that's the case, why would we turn them down? Let them all in. At that, Yuhi was speechless. She was fully aware of how wealthy Yang Kai was. After all, she was the one handling all the wealth he obtained from Scarlet Star in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Some time ago, they had also discovered a secret storehouse together. There was no way these representatives could give them anything of real value, but Yang Kai still seemed interested in reaping more gains. He was indeed an avaricious person. The Grand Array opened up and allowed the people outside Seven Wonders Land to come in. There were several hundred visitors in total. However, Yang Kai secretly observed them and realized that despite the large number of visitors, they represented only 20 or 30 forces, which meant that more than one person from every great force had come. These forces were mostly led by Open Heaven Realm Masters, but they were all in the low-rank Open Heaven Realm, most of them Third Order, while there were a small number of them in the Second Order. Surprisingly, there were also great forces represented by mere Emperor Realm cultivators. Yang Kai couldn't wrap his head around that idea. Were the great forces so weak that they couldn't even afford to have an Open Heaven Realm Master? The person at the front was a gray-haired elderly man who seemed quite energetic despite his age. After landing on the ground, he cupped his fists and said, "Golden Light Docks Hongji greets Madam." He was speaking to Yuhi because he had no regard for Yang Kai, an Emperor Realm cultivator. The representatives of the great forces behind him stepped forward and said in unison, "Greetings, Madam." Hurriedly, Yuhi waved her hands and refuted in a clear voice, "You're mistaken." A puzzled Hongji asked, "What do you mean by that, Madam? Please enlighten us." Secretly, he breathed a sigh of relief. Before coming to this place, they were wondering what the new owner of Seven Wonders Land was like. It would be great if the person was mild-tempered. However, if the new ruler was a tyrant, all of them would be in trouble. They might have to cough up a lot of resources to appease this new master. After observing Yuhi's demeanor and the way she spoke though, they realized that even though she was powerful, she wasn't a difficult person to speak with. They reckoned that she probably wouldn't make things hard for them. With her lips pressed together, Yuhi said, "I am not the new ruler of this place. I am just a maidservant. The owner of this place is my young master." Then, she pointed at Yang Kai. Everyone was stunned upon hearing that. Most of them were not certain about Yuhi's cultivation, as only the third-order open heaven realm masters could vaguely sense it. This inscrutable woman was certainly a mid-rank open heaven realm master. However, now, a mid-rank open heaven realm master claimed that she was a maidservant, and the young man in the Emperor realm beside her was the new owner of Seven Wonders Land. Just what was the background of this young man? Regardless, all of them wouldn't dare to offend him as they straightened their faces and saluted, "Greetings, sir." Hongji's head almost came into contact with his knees as he said respectfully, "Sir, please forgive this old man for having eyes but failing to see." With a smile, Yang Kai waved his hand lightly and said, "I don't blame you because you didn't know. All of you, please stand up." "Many thanks, sir." Everyone straightened their backs and gazed at Yang Kai with respectful expressions. Earlier, they had seen Yang Kai, but none of them took him seriously, thinking that he was just Yuhi's subordinate. Nevertheless, it turned out that Yuhi, a mid-rank open heaven realm master, was the servant instead. Hongji secretly brushed away the cold sweat on his forehead and gazed at Yang Kai with a fawning smile. "Sir is indeed an imposing and extraordinary young man. It is no wonder that you were able to take control of Seven Wonders Land. The fact that you've become the new owner is good news to all of us in Seven Wonder territory." Many of them covertly despised the elderly man for buttering Yang Kai up so thickly, but they still nodded in agreement. They had no other choice. Previously, they all had to pay respects to Xiao, Heavenly Monarch, and now they had to obey Yang Kai. As smaller forces, they had no choice but to submit to the strongest around unless they left Seven Wonder territory. Even if they wanted to leave this great territory though, where else could they go? The outer universe was expansive, but most decent spirit provinces had already been occupied. If they barged into someone else's territory, there were bound to be conflicts. The faint smile on Yang Kai's face made him look inscrutable. Hongji said, "Forgive this old man for being abrupt, but how should we address you, sir?" Yang Kai was slightly startled as he hadn't thought about this before, but he soon replied with a smile, "Just call me Void True Monarch." His title in the star boundary was Void Great Emperor, so he reckoned that he could also use that title here. In fact, only the leaders of third-class great forces had the right to be called True Monarch. For example, the leader of Great Moon Province was known as the Great Moon True Monarch. The leader of a second-class great force was called Heavenly Monarch. One such example was Xiao, Heavenly Monarch. Yang Kai was just an Emperor Realm cultivator, so supposedly, he didn't have the right to hold such a title. However, none on the scene thought there was anything wrong with it. After all, he had a mid-rank open heaven realm master as his maidservant, so he must come from a powerful background. There was nothing wrong with him calling himself True Monarch. All of them saluted him again and addressed him as True Monarch. Yang Kai said with a smile, "All of you are my guests. Please come in and have a chat." Hongji bent his back. "We shall be imposing on True Monarch's hospitality then." Several hundred people followed Yang Kai and Yuhi into the spacious grand hall. There were many chairs inside, so as the guests took a seat on both rows of a long table, Hongji directly took the first seat to the left of Yang Kai. No one served them tea as they were currently short-staffed in Seven Wonders Land. However, Hongji and the others wouldn't dare to complain as all of them were seated with straight backs and solemn expressions. Then, Hongji rose from the chair and said loudly, "True Monarch, congratulations on becoming the new owner of Seven Wonders Land. On behalf of Golden Light Dock, this elder has come to deliver a gift of 200,000 open heaven pills, 10 drops of diamond rain dew, and a 1,000-year-old blood coral to congratulate you." Then he raised a space ring above his bowed head with both hands. Yang Kai replied with a smile, "Many thanks to Golden Light Dock. I shall remember this courtesy." Yang Kai then tilted his head a little, whereupon He stepped forward and accepted the ring. After that, Hongji said with a smile, "This elder is afraid these gifts do not enter true monarch's eyes. It is quite embarrassing." To Yang Kai, these gifts were indeed not good enough for him to bother about. After all, he had hundreds of millions of open heaven pills, so 200,000 more didn't matter to him. Diamond Rain Dew was supposed to be a local product from Golden Light Dock, but it was most probably a third-order resource at best. The only thing worth noting was the 1,000-year-old blood coral. It might be useful in some way, but it obviously wasn't worth a lot of money. However, these things were costly for a mere third-class force to offer up, as 200,000 open heaven pills were enough to buy a good quality fourth-order material. Meanwhile, a third-class great force didn't even have a single mid-rank open heaven realm master. Following Hong Ji, another representative from a different great force presented his gifts. Certainly, Yang Kai wouldn't turn them down, as he told He to accept them all. These great forces must have had a discussion before coming to this place, as the values of their gifts were similar. There was no doubt that these gifts were expensive for them, but they hadn't cost them an arm and a leg. Naturally, Yang Kai could understand them. When they presented the gifts, they never forgot to introduce their background, and soon Yang Kai learned that besides Seven Wonders Land, a second-class great force, there were 7 third-class great forces in Seven Wonders territory. Apart from these 7 great forces, the rest were the representatives of various universe worlds. It was then that Yang Kai understood that Seven Wonders Land had dominion over 10 or so universe worlds. These Emperor Realm cultivators were the most powerful cultivators in their respective universe worlds. The gifts given by them were inferior to those of the third-class great forces and were almost all local products from their respective universe worlds, but it was still better than nothing. In any case, these 10-plus universe worlds were controlled by Seven Wonders Land, so everything they possessed also belonged to the latter. Upon this realization, Yang Kai's gaze brightened. He didn't really care about these gifts. To him, the most valuable gifts in the Grand Hall were the universe worlds themselves. Having control over these universe worlds meant that he would have an infinite supply of new talent. Then, he secretly spoke to He and found out that this was a common practice in the 3000 world. Any great force had control over a number of universe worlds. For example, the great force that Hong Ji was in, Golden Light Dock, ruled over a small number of universe worlds. Certainly, they were not comparable to Seven Wonders Land in this regard, but it was still a valuable resource. On the other hand, the cave heavens and paradises were in charge of all the universe worlds in their own great territories and even the neighboring great territories. By selecting talented people from these universe worlds and nurturing them, they could ensure that there would never be a shortage of new blood. The star boundary was located in a remote place and detached from the outside world, so they knew nothing about the customs of the 3000 worlds. Chatter and laughter could be heard coming from the Grand Hall for a time. Although Yang Kai wasn't particularly good at managing subordinates, he was familiar with the idea of using a carrot and stick. Now that he had established his authority with the help of He, a fifth-order open heaven realm master, he could show these people some kindness, so soon all of them thought that it was easier to get along with the new true monarch than Chi Chao. Since Chi Chao is dead, the name Seven Wonders Land is no longer suitable. I'd like to change the name of this place to Void Land. What do all of you think? Yang Kai gazed at them and asked. Hong Ji was the first to reply. You're absolutely right. True monarch, with you in charge of Void Land, Void territory will definitely become famous in the 3000 worlds, and no one will dare to look down on us. Yang Kai just wanted to change the name of Seven Wonders Land, but Hong Ji directly replaced Seven Wonders territory with Void territory. It was apparent that he was flattering Yang Kai again, but the way he did so wasn't off-putting. With a smug expression, Yang Kai guffawed and replied, Of course. Then he furrowed his eyebrows. However, we have just gone through a great battle, so the Grand Array has been damaged. Although I've sent someone to invite a Grandmaster to help with the repair, we're currently lacking people. Before Yang Kai finished his words, Hong Ji immediately said, True monarch, please rest assured. After this elder returns to Golden Light Dock, he will have some disciples come over to assist you. However, we don't have many disciples in Golden Light Dock, so I can only mobilize 500 at most. Please forgive me. Then, another person rose from the chair. True monarch, on behalf of Soaring Crane Sect, I am willing to dispatch 500 disciples to assist you. The representatives stood up one by one and offered to mobilize several hundred people to come over to help. Soon, all 7 third-class great forces had promised to lend several thousand people in total. With a bright smile, Xianxia nodded repeatedly, "Very good. All of you are so thoughtful. In that case, after you go back, please quickly send your disciples over. Don't worry, I shall not make them work for free. Every one of them will receive 2 open heaven pills per day of service. If there are any experts in spirit arrays, they will receive higher compensation." Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard that. 2 open heaven pills a day was not a lot, but by sending 500 disciples, they would get 1,000 pills in total each day. Moreover, it would take a long time, probably 6 months to a year, to repair the grand array. In that case, their income would be lucrative. None of them could have expected that they could gain some benefits from this small favor, so they were incredibly grateful to Xianxia. After all, even if he gave them nothing, they would still have to lend him their disciples. At that instant, many were regretful that they hadn't promised to send more people. After chatting for a bit, they started bidding Xianxia farewell. Apparently, they realized that there were benefits to be gained, so they were eager to go back and send some disciples over. Soon, the people from the 7 third-class forces were gone, so the remaining representatives of the 10 or so universe worlds were left looking imploringly at Xianxia. Their eyes were filled with hope. Strictly speaking, the people from the 7 third-class great forces were outsiders, while the people from these 10 or so universe worlds were Xianxia's subordinates. Previously, they were ruled over and exploited by 7 Wonders Land. Now, Void Land had risen and taken 7 Wonders Land's place, and Xianxia appeared to be different from Qi Qiao, which allowed them to see some hope. These representatives were great emperors from their respective universe worlds, chosen ones who had obtained recognition of their world's will. Their status was just like that of Xianxia in the star boundary. People like them, if they didn't die for various reasons, were bound to achieve great things in life, dependent on their own opportunities and effort, of course. Knowing what was on their minds, Xianxia asked, "How many people can you send over here?" These people looked at each other and appeared somewhat embarrassed. One of the great emperors cupped his fists and said, "True monarch, I am from 3 Brilliance's world, and we can send about 40 people." Another great emperor said, "I'm from Golden Sun continent, and we can send 35 people." In order to break free from a universe world's restraints, one had to be in the 3rd order emperor realm at the very least. Those with weaker cultivation could never accomplish this. As for how many 3rd order emperor realm masters a universe world could produce, one could look at the heritage of the star boundary as a reference. Both 3 Brilliance's world and Golden Sun continent were universe worlds that were similar to the star boundary, so the fact that they had several dozen 3rd order emperor realm masters was actually quite amazing. If one wanted to ascend to the open heaven realm in the future, they would need a lot of open heaven pills. They could earn the pills by working for Xianxia, so none of them were willing to miss this chance. Every universe world could only send several dozen people, ranging from 20 people to 70. When combined, there were some 600 or 700 people in total. It was similar to the number of people a 3rd-class great force could produce. Xianxia waved his hand and said, "It's decided then, go back and get prepared now. You will receive the same pay. Everyone will earn 2 pills each day of work." All of them were elated as they saluted him. "Many thanks, true monarch." Even though they were excited, they were not willing to stay any longer. After they were all gone, the grand hall fell into silence again. The 3rd-class great forces like Golden Light Dock were truly efficient. In just 1 month, their disciples started arriving at Voidland. Coincidentally or not, the number of people who arrived were more than what had been promised. Xianxia didn't really care about this, as when it was time to repair the grand array, they would surely need many people, so there was no harm in getting more help now. He didn't mind giving out more open heaven pills. Yuhi was given the task to manage these people. The cultivators who were experts in spirit arrays immediately identified themselves and were sorted into a different group. When the time came, they could assist the array grandmaster hired by the proprietress. The wages were distributed daily, which made Hongji and the others feel even more grateful. After coming into contact with Xianxia twice, they realized that he was far more benevolent than the previous heavenly monarch. which was why they quickly grew fond of him. With so many people in Void Land, the place became bustling with noise once more. With that said, the leaders of the respective great forces were strict with their disciples, so no fights or conflicts occurred. One day, when Xianxia was cultivating in seclusion, his expression changed as he looked at the abstruse pattern on the back of his hand. Previously, after he snatched the innate spirit fruit in the primordial land, it exploded and transformed into this pattern, which contained a special space. Presently, Zhu Jiuyin was sound asleep in it, but at this moment, Xianxia could clearly feel signs she was stirring. She's finally waking up. Xianxia felt emotionally exhausted. Initially, he thought that with a powerful divine spirit to protect him, even if he couldn't walk sideways in the 3,000 worlds, no one would dare to offend him at the very least. However, as soon as they left the grand ancient ruins boundary, Zhu Jiuyin fell into a kind of coma. Xianxia had to personally battle against a great force like Scarlet Star, which made him feel exhausted. A moment later, Zhu Jiuyin awakened and spoke to Xianxia via divine sense. "How long have I been asleep?" "About 3 months," Xianxia replied and carefully checked on her. He realized that her aura was still weak, so it was apparent that the damage to her source hadn't been fully healed yet. "Where's this place?" Zhu Jiuyin asked. "It used to be called Seven Wonders Land, but it's called Void Land now. It's my territory." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt that the back of his hand became itchy. The next instant, a ray of light flew out of it and landed in front of him before Zhu Jiuyin revealed herself. It had to be said that she was truly alluring. Not only was her face attractive, but she had a perfectly proportioned figure. Her eyes were as beautiful as a summer's day. Presently, she was frowning due to the fact that her source had been damaged, which made her look pitiful. No man could ever turn a blind eye to her. After she appeared, the strange pattern on the back of Xianxia's hand dissipated. Following that, with Zhu Jiuyin as the center, a horrifying divine sense spread out. At that instant, it was as though the world was about to end. A feeling of pure terror rose within everyone's heart as the thousands of disciples from different great forces in Void Land turned ashen. Hongji and the others widened their eyes and stared at the place where Xianxia was cultivating in seclusion. All of their hair was standing on end and they were utterly shocked and astonished. However, the divine sense disappeared the next moment. Zhu Jiuyin was just trying to scan her surroundings and didn't have any malicious intent. What was that? An illusion. Hongji and the others were still reeling from the shock. Inside the secluded room, Zhu Jiuyin shot a glance at Xianxia and placed her palm on her forehead. "It seems that space has dissipated because this queen has come out." A stunned Xianxia asked, "Does that mean that I won't be able to keep you inside it anymore?" Zhu Jiuyin nodded as she seemed to be suffering from a headache. Even her aura appeared unstable. Xianxia silently ground his teeth. Initially, he thought that after Zhu Jiuyin recovered, he could carry her around like a trump card. Whenever he came across an opponent that he couldn't defeat, he could just release her to deal with it. However, the pattern and the space on the back of his hand had disappeared, which meant that his plans all came to naught. Thinking so, he felt dejected. Xianxia wondered if he could keep her inside the 6 Fated Paths bag. But even if he could, she might not agree to it. Although the space inside the bag was expandable, it always felt rather cramped. This queen was born and raised in the grand ancient ruins boundary. Now that I'm in the outside world, I need a long time to adjust and adapt to the new principles before I can display my peak strength. Before that happens, you'd better behave yourself and not offend people who are too powerful. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you. An astounded Xianxia asked, "How long will it take?" He had never thought about this before. However, after giving it a thought, he realized that it wasn't so surprising. Although Zhu Jiuyin was a divine spirit, she was a native of the grand ancient ruins boundary. Now that she had entered the 3,000 worlds, she needed time to get used to it. Who knows? Zhu Jiuyin shook her head. Moreover, my source is damaged, so I need time to recuperate. Upon finishing her words, she disappeared from the spot as her voice drifted over into Xianxia's ears. This queen will enter seclusion. Do not bother me regardless unless it's something life-threatening. Xianxia clenched his teeth as his protector didn't seem to have the intention of protecting him at all. He was utterly regretful. If he knew this would be the outcome, he would have chosen to work with Jin Wu instead. At the very least, that guy could give him a 7th-order metal element treasure. Following that, the door of the room was opened and Yuhi came in with a nervous expression. Is she awake? Yang Kai nodded. A puzzled Yuhi asked, where is she? She's looking for somewhere to cultivate in seclusion. I'm not sure where she is, Yang Kai replied. Yuhi closed her eyes and connected with the Grand Array to scan the 7 spirit provinces. Soon, she found Zhu Jiuyin's whereabouts. That woman directly entered the largest palace in Voidland. Presently, she seemed to be adjusting her breathing. Sensing someone's eyes, she lifted her head and glared at her. Yuhi stuck out her tongue and retracted her gaze. After a sigh, Yang Kai said, it's such a tragedy. HAA. Then, he sensed something and fished out an item. After that, he arched his brow. Good news. A curious Yuhi asked. What is it? Proprietress has arrived. Yang Kai beamed. Following that, he rose from the chair and rushed towards the door. However, he soon realized something and turned his head, only to see that Yuhi remained on the same spot with a pale face. Her hands were clenching her dress and she appeared to be apprehensive. Yang Kai approached her and took her hands before comforting her. You have to face this eventually. Just apologize to her. Proprietress treasures her friends, so she won't harm you. Yuhi bit her lip and lowered her head. Come on. We'll greet her together. Yang Kai dragged her away. Seeing Yang Kai, Hong Ji and the others hurriedly saluted him. Yang Kai didn't have the time to make small talk with them, though as he landed in an open space and looked up at the sky. Soon, a ray of light passed through a gap in the Grand Array and landed on the ground. Following that, the ray of light disappeared and revealed several figures. The woman at the front was clad in an imperial dress. She was elegant and charming. Seeing her, the male disciples from these third-class great forces caught their breaths and drooled over her beauty. She was none other than the proprietress. Hong Ji and the others on the other hand sported solemn expressions. As low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, they could clearly feel that this alluring woman was a peak mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, far stronger than Yuhi, who worked for the true monarch. Recently, they had finally figured out that Yuhi was a 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, a powerful figure in the 3,000 worlds. Since this woman was stronger than Yuhi, she was most likely in the 6th-order Open Heaven Realm. Besides the woman at the front, there were 2 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters whose auras were a match for that of Yuhi. There was also a 4th-order Open Heaven Realm Master standing with them. Void True Monarch must have a powerful background. To think he has connections with these people. No wonder he can occupy 7 Wonders Land and become its new owner. While they were astounded, Yang Kai obediently rushed over and cupped his fists before saying loudly, Greetings, proprietress. How have you been? There was a faint smile on the proprietress' face as she stared fixedly at Yang Kai. Her breath was as pleasant as the scent of orchids. Oh, you're still alive. Yang Kai grinned. Many thanks for your concern, proprietress. I'm still alive and kicking. And you're indeed alive and kicking, but this great and doesn't feel very good about it. The proprietress said through clenched teeth and grabbed his collars before proceeding to beat him up. Hong Ji and the others were horrified as they felt their throats tightening. Banging sounds were continuously heard. Yang Kai was completely powerless to stop the proprietress from beating him senseless, but although she was furious, she didn't exert too much force or use her power as an Open Heaven Realm Master. On the other hand, Yang Kai had a strong physique, so he wasn't afraid of getting hit. When they were in First Inn in the past, there were times when the proprietress was harsher on him. After a while, she suddenly pinched his ear and pulled him closer to herself. Seeing as he was smiling foolishly, she said through gritted teeth, Brat, why are you still so happy when you're getting punched? With a grin, Yang Kai replied, as long as it makes you happy. Certainly, he was happy. Since he arrived in the outer universe, the proprietress was the one who had taken the most care of him and given him the protection and resources he needed. When he first joined First Inn, he wasn't used to the environment, but as they gradually got along, he felt warm in his heart whenever he thought about the inn. He couldn't understand why, but the proprietress had always given him an amiable feeling, as though she was his long-lost family member. What Yang Kai had just said sounded familiar to the proprietress. She seemed to have returned to the past when another was standing in front of her and said something similar to her. She fell into a dazed state as a certain face flashed across her thoughts. Soon, She pulled herself together though and landed a thump on Yang Kai's forehead before saying furiously, "I'm not going to let you off with just this. I'll settle accounts with you at a later time." She wasn't planning on just forgiving him after he made her worry for more than 10 years. Yang Kai grinned from ear to ear and nodded repeatedly. The proprietress rolled her eyes before turning around. Facing a stern-looking elderly man whose hair and beard were all gray, she spoke, "Grandmaster Wu Liang, this is my useless shop hand. Please help him with his spirit array problems." Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately knew that this elderly man was the array grandmaster that the proprietress had invited. Hurriedly, he stepped forward and saluted him. "Junior Yang Kai greets Grandmaster Wu Liang." Grandmaster Wu Liang lifted his saggy eyelids and sized Yang Kai up. Seeing as Yang Kai was just an Emperor Realm brat though, he stopped paying attention to him and instead nodded to the proprietress. "Madam, since you've invited this old master, I shall do my best. I've observed the grand array from the outside for a bit and I think it's decent enough. With that said, there's room for improvement. As for how it can be improved, I'll need to examine it further before I can make a proposal." "Of course." The proprietress kept a faint smile on her face and gave Yang Kai a hint. Hurriedly, Yang Kai said, "Lu Shui, lead the way for Grandmaster Wu Liang to inspect the grand array." Lu Shui, who just returned to Void Land with the proprietress, immediately replied, "Yes." Then, she extended her hand. "Grandmaster, please." Grandmaster Wu Liang nodded lightly and turned into a ray of light before shooting into the sky, followed closely by Lu Shui. Seeing that, Yang Kai set his mind at ease. Grandmaster Wu Liang seemed to be very professional. Initially, he wanted to hold a banquet for the proprietress and the others and let Grandmaster Wu Liang have a rest before working on the grand array. But unexpectedly, this Grandmaster suggested he start working right away. Certainly, Yang Kai was satisfied with such an attitude. It would be best if the grand array could be repaired as soon as possible, as once it was, he would be free to do other things. It seemed that the proprietress had found a reliable person. After Grandmaster Wu Liang left, only the proprietress and Bai Qi, who had tagged along, were left. Presently, Bai Qi was standing behind the proprietress and looking smilingly at Yang Kai. However, his smile seemed to be somewhat apologetic as well. In the past, after ascending to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, he immediately set off to look for the proprietress, leaving Yang Kai behind. If he had brought Yang Kai with him instead of leaving in such a rush, the subsequent incidents wouldn't have happened, and Yang Kai wouldn't have gone missing for more than 10 years. Over the years, just like the proprietress, he was worried about Yang Kai's safety. Every time he thought about it, he was full of self-blame and regret over the decision he had made. Seeing Yang Kai alive and well now, he could finally set his mind at ease. As they looked at each other, Yang Kai nodded at him and turned around. Yuhi had been standing behind him and hanging her head low. With her lips pressed together, she seemed to be apprehensive, as though she was a naughty child who got caught after making a mistake. "Yuhi," Yang Kai called out to her. It was then Yuhi stepped forward with difficulty. Standing in front of the proprietress, she said in a hushed voice, "Big sister." The proprietress didn't seem to hear her, nor did she bother to take a glance at her. Staring at Yang Kai, she said, "I'm tired from all the traveling. Do you have a place for me to take a rest? Lead the way for me." Then, she directly walked past Yuhi, who turned absolutely ashen. On the other hand, Yang Kai was having a headache. In fact, he wasn't certain about the grudges between these two women. He speculated that they were very close to one another in the past, but for some reason they had fallen out. After that, Yuhi sided with Qin Ji and the others. Making use of the Sealing Yang domain controlled by Golden Rainbow Province, they lured the proprietress and Bai Qi into a deadly trap. While Bai Qi was breaking through to the Open Heaven realm, they launched a surprise attack. Although the proprietress had tried her best, she wasn't able to ensure Bai Qi's safety. In the end, Bai Qi fell into a perilous state and was on the brink of death. Bai Qi was the proprietress' trusted aide who had worked for her for many years. Since Yuhi had attempted to kill him, it could be said to be a blood feud that was unresolvable. "What are you doing there? Come right this instant." Just as Yang Kai was about to comfort Yuhi, he heard the proprietress shout at him. Not daring to be negligent, he gave Yuhi an apologetic look and ran after her. Yuhi turned a shade paler and like a quail in the winter, she was trembling violently. After a sigh, Bai Qi said, "Why did you do such a thing when you knew this would be the outcome? Since you've made a mistake, there's a price to pay." Stunned, he lifted her head for the first time and exclaimed, "Why, you're still alive?" In the past, she had seen that when Bai Qi was breaking through to the open heaven realm, his yin, yang, and 5 elements had become chaotic while his newly formed small universe was on the brink of collapsing. In that state, his ascension had essentially already failed, so there should have been no way he could survive. She had believed that Bai Qi had lost his life in the sealing yang domain. While she was standing behind Yang Kai earlier, she had hung her head and she was anxious that she wasn't even aware of Bai Qi's presence. Now that she saw him, all of a sudden she was truly astounded. Staring at her, Bai Qi said dispassionately, "If I were dead, you would have lost your life by now. If Bai Qi passed away, the proprietress would never have let Yu He off. She would have killed her to avenge Bai Qi's death. It was because he had escaped from death's door that the proprietress didn't kill her on sight. You should thank Yang Kai." Bai Qi sighed. Hearing that, Yu He didn't understand what any of this had to do with Yang Kai. At that time, the proprietress single-handedly fought back several mid-rank open heaven realm masters and lured them away. Seeing as Bai Qi was about to meet his end, Yang Kai fed him with some world-source liquid at the critical moment, which allowed him to stabilize his small universe and escape from death's door. Yang Kai had obtained the world-source liquid in the profound heavens temple in the star boundary. It was a special kind of liquid that was formed during the birth of a world and contained the essence of that very process. By forming a small universe in one's body, a cultivator was essentially building a new world, and since the world-source liquid could help a cultivator to comprehend the wonders of a world's birth, it could save Bai Qi when he was at his last breath. At that time, Bai Qi had no idea what the liquid was, and it was only later when he told the proprietress about it that she speculated it was world-source liquid. No one could have expected that Yang Kai possessed such a treasure. World-source liquid was formed during the birth of a world, and there were very strict conditions required for it to appear. In the past, it was possible to find small quantities of it, but whenever it appeared it would be swiftly snatched up. In recent times, though, unless a new world was born, this liquid should not have appeared. However, it was extremely difficult for a world to be born. Such an incident might not happen even once in 100,000 years. What's more, even if a new world was born, there might not be any world-source liquid formed. The ancient environment in the profound heavens temple in the star boundary, however, remained unchanged since the latter's birth, which was why it could preserve some world-source liquid. While Yang Kai had no idea about its true value, the proprietress was fully aware of it. It could be said that with this liquid in possession, a cultivator would not face any danger while trying to break through to the open heaven realm. The success rate of ascending to the open heaven realm wasn't 100%. Even if a cultivator had condensed their yin, yang, and 5 elements and was fully prepared to split heaven and earth apart to form their small universe, there was always a risk of failure if their foundation wasn't sufficient. Once that happened, the consequences would be dreadful. However, world-source liquid could perfectly solve this problem. Once such a treasure appeared, even those cave heavens and paradises would scramble to snatch it. No one could guarantee that it was totally safe when they were attempting their ascension, and over the years, many of the disciples from these cave heavens and paradises had lost their lives for this reason. Just apologize to her properly. Bai Qi didn't explain it to Yu He as he wouldn't dare to leak the secret regarding the world's source liquid. Presently, only he and the proprietress were aware of it. In fact, over the years, the proprietress has missed you. Yu He's body shook as her originally listless gaze finally had some life return to it. Some words seemed to be reverberating around in her mind, and unwittingly, her eyes became soaked with tears. When she came to her senses, she realized that Bai Qi was nowhere to be found. After wiping away her tears, she hurriedly rushed in a particular direction. In the grand hall of Earth Spirit Land, the proprietress didn't regard herself as an outsider at all as she leisurely strolled around. Yang Kai led her to a certain courtyard and said, "Proprietress, you can take a rest here. I'll assign some maidservants to you." There were many people in Voidland now, so there shouldn't be any problem finding some women to act as maids. Yang Kai would pay them fairly in any case. The proprietress looked around and said, "Why am I given this room? I think the one over there is better and more spacious. Yang Kai could only reply awkwardly, I really can't let you live in that room. Hearing that, the proprietress turned around and looked doubtfully at him. What do you mean by that? Are you keeping a lover in that room or something? A speechless Yang Kai refuted. Absolutely not. But someone is indeed living in that room. The proprietress was just as intelligent as she was beautiful, so she soon understood and asked Yang Kai via divine sense, is it that Zhu Jiuyin? The proprietress wasn't unaware of what Yang Kai had gone through over the years. When she was on the way to Voidland, she inquired with Lu Shui about it, and Lu Shui didn't hide anything from her. Since Yang Kai had decided to seek her help, it meant that she was a reliable person. Therefore, Lu Shui told her about what had happened in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Hence, it wasn't surprising that the proprietress was aware of Zhu Jiuyin's presence. Solemnly, Yang Kai nodded his head. In a grim voice, the proprietress asked, is she trustworthy? Zhu Jiuyin was the divine spirit heavenly moon demon spider who was as powerful as a high-rank open heaven realm master. Faced with such a formidable existence, the proprietress felt immensely pressured. Things would be thorny if she wasn't trustworthy. Yang Kai spoke to her via divine sense to reassure her. Don't worry. That woman has sworn an oath upon her source. Good. The proprietress nodded gently. A divine spirit source was equivalent to a cultivator's Tao heart, their base and foundation. There was no way they would easily swear upon it. If they went back on their word after such an oath, their source would be damaged, and depending on the circumstances, this damage may be irreversible. Then, she turned around and took a seat. With her chin resting on her palm, she said smilingly, tell me what happened in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. She had heard about the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, but had never had the chance to enter it. To any cultivator in the 3,000 worlds, that sealed world was a legend, which was why she was curious about it. Since she wanted to know, Yang Kai wouldn't hide anything from her. Thus, he took a seat and narrated his entire experience. When she heard that he had captured him and was ready to bring him to Small Orchid Palace, she snorted. Then, when it was mentioned that they were swept away by the Grand Ancient Ruins rolling fog in the Star City, she appeared worried. Although Yang Kai had already returned safely, it wasn't hard to imagine that he must have experienced a lot of danger. He had spent more than 10 years in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. In the beginning, he was faced with a beast tide and almost lost his life. Then he managed to tame the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Food Dragon. After that, he arrived at Scarlet Star's Star City. On the Yuan Magnetic Mountain, he battled against the people from Thunder Light and Sword Pavilion, causing his fame to soar. Outside Scarlet Star's Star City, he comprehended a divine manifestation, whereupon he single-handedly destroyed more than 3,000 people from Thunder Light and Sword Pavilion. Since then, no one else was a match for him. Following that, he and several disciples from the Cave Heavens and Paradises plunged into the sea and fought against the Sea Clan. Then, he was hunted down by Kuan Sha. At that time, Zhu Jiuyin was hiding in the dark in the Star City, and she eventually chose Yang Kai to be her bearer. At a later time, the primordial land opened. The bearers competed against one another, and Yang Kai managed to come out on top. After leaving the primordial land, he was hunted down by the divine spirits. All in all, his life over the past 10+ years was filled with interesting as well as dangerous events. While Yang Kai was narrating his story, Bai Qi came over and stood behind the proprietress, listening attentively. He was totally immersed in the story as he wanted to replace Yang Kai to experience the wonders of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. The proprietress kept a faint smile on her face, but there seemed to be a hint of worry in the depths of her eyes. Yang Kai wasn't aware of this as he deliberately exaggerated Yuhi's contributions by telling the proprietress that if it weren't for her help in the boundary, he wouldn't have had such achievements. Fully aware of his intentions, the proprietress smiled and said nothing. Seeing as she remained unfazed, a helpless Yang Kai said, "We've talked a lot. Proprietress, do you want to drink some tea?" Outside the hall, Yuhi hung her head low and walked in with a tray. Then, she filled proprietress and Yang Kai's teacups. After that, she lowered her head and stood in front of the proprietress like a naughty child who was waiting for her punishment. Yang Kai picked up his cup and sipped the tea while observing the proprietress' expression. However, she sported an impassive face as though she didn't see Yuhi at all. Helplessly, he gave Bai Qi a hint with his eyes. Seeing that, Bai Qi gave him an assuring look and said, "Proprietress, you've always taught me that we should look to the future, not the past. Let the past be the past. If you don't, it will become your burden." After taking a sip, the proprietress thumped the cup on the table, which caused the tea to splash. "Did I tell you to speak?" Bai Qi grinned. No. I shouldn't have spoken. I'll slap myself now." Upon finishing his words, he gently slapped his face. Yang Kai was shocked by his subservient behavior. The proprietress snorted. "You escaped from death's door and lived a peaceful life for more than 10 years. I guess you've forgotten about the person who set you up to die. If it weren't because Yang Kai did his best to save you, you would have traveled to the Yellow Springs instead of staying in this world." Hearing that, Bai Qi replied solemnly, "I will always remember the people who have helped me and will never forget the people who have harmed me. You've always taught us that we should repay the favors we owe and retaliate against those who have hurt us. Since that is the case, I shall get my revenge now." After that, he suddenly looked at Yuhi and yelled, "Yuhi, in the past, you sided with Qin Ji and the others to ruin my ascension, almost costing me my life. This is an absolutely irreconcilable grudge, so I shall take your life now for what you've done to me." Then he raised his hand and pushed out his palm. The aura of his world force permeated the room as he seemed to be going all out with the strike. A horrified Yang Kai exclaimed, "Old Bai, stop!" However, Bai Qi was a fifth-order open heaven realm master now, and although it had only been a short time since he broke through, there was no way Yang Kai could go against him. By the time he managed to react, Bai Qi's palm already landed on Yuhi's shoulder. Yuhi grunted as a crack was heard coming from her bones. Like an empty sack, she was sent flying away. World force churned around violently in her body, and she sprayed out a mouthful of blood as she fell to the ground. After the attack, Bai Qi retracted his hand and stood behind the proprietress. Then he said helplessly, "Proprietress, I've gotten my revenge. Unfortunately, I was not powerful enough to kill her. It hasn't been a long time since I ascended to the fifth-order open heaven realm, so it seems I am no match for a master who has stayed in that realm for many centuries." His expression seemed to suggest that he was really no match for Yuhi. Presently, the proprietress' expression was livid as she balled up her fists and stared fixedly at Yuhi. At the same time, she checked on her with her divine sense. Yang Kai rushed towards Yuhi and helped her up. Anxiously, he asked, "Are you all right?" Although he wasn't powerful enough to stop Bai Qi, he saw what was going on earlier. When Bai Qi was making a move, Yuhi didn't resist at all. It wasn't that she wasn't fast enough to react, but rather that she didn't have the intention of resisting to begin with. Yuhi shook her head to mean that she was fine. Then, she gently pushed Yang Kai away and looked gratefully at Bai Qi. She knew that Bai Qi must have held back. Both of them were in the same order, and since she didn't resist at all, Bai Qi could have taken her life with ease. Although she seemed to be battered after getting struck, she wasn't severely injured. She would recover in about half a month. Seeing that, Yang Kai didn't insist on supporting her. After giving it a thought, he too realized what was going on. Just like what Bai Qi had said, Yuhi had sided with Qin Ji and the others to ruin his ascension, forming what was basically an irreconcilable feud. If he didn't forgive Yuhi, there was no way the proprietress would show some kindness to her. If she really did that, she would have made Bai Qi feel bitterly disappointed. The fact that the proprietress didn't kill Yuhi the moment she saw her suggested that she still treasured their relationship. After Bai Qi made a move to settle this grudge, things would become easier. What's more, the proprietress' anxious expression suggested that she was worried about Yuhi. Seeing that Yuhi was fine, she finally relaxed her fists. Yuhi wiped the blood from the corner of her lips and slowly shuffled towards the proprietress. Then, she fell on her knees and hung her head low. With her hair covering her eyes, she called out, "Big sister." The proprietress parted her lips and said coldly, "The moment you sided with Qin Ji to harm me, our relationship came to an end. Stop calling me big sister. I don't have a sister like you." Yuhi trembled as her eyes were drenched in tears. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It was your decision. There is no right or wrong. The proprietress shook her head. I won't settle accounts with you regarding what happened to old Bai. After all, he was lucky enough to have survived, but don't you forget that in the Xiliang domain, this queen also swore an oath. Hearing that, Yuhi shuddered. Yang Kai also sported a solemn expression. The thing he was most worried about was eventually brought up. When they were in the Xiliang domain, Yuhi had joined forces with several people to ambush the proprietress. Besides the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Qin Ji, from Golden Rainbow Province, there was also a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Ling Chunqiu, from Boundless Altar, as well as a Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Old Su, from Wind and Cloud Auction House. Later on, another Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Hai Ping Lu from Clear Mind Heaven, also appeared. At that time, Yang Kai used his last Miameng's golden tail feather to end Old Su's life. But after Bai Chi's ascension was seemingly ruined and he was on the brink of death, the enraged proprietress made a heart demon oath. She proclaimed that if she did not trample flat the headquarters of these people, she would never ascend to the Seventh Order in her lifetime. That was her promise to Bai Chi. This kind of oath was no laughing matter. Once it was made, it was unresolvable. In other words, if the proprietress couldn't achieve this, she would really never be able to ascend to the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. At that time, the oath had something to do with three people who were Qin Ji, Ling Chunqiu, and Yu He. Hai Ping Lu was the last to appear, so he had nothing to do with this oath. In other words, if the proprietress wanted to reach the Seventh Order, the very existence of three great forces were her greatest hindrance and had to be eliminated. Certainly, Yu He would never forget that. Therefore, as soon as the proprietress mentioned it, she knew that there was no turning back. Yu He pressed her head against the ground and said gently, I would never dare to be a hindrance on your martial Tao. Big sister, many thanks for raising and caring for this little sister in the past. When she raised her head again, she looked apologetically at Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately had a bad premonition as he yelled, What are you trying to do? World force flared and swept Yang Kai away, as Yu He raised her hand and attempted to land a palm on her forehead. Bai Chi was stunned as he didn't expect Yu He to be so resolute. In order to not bar the proprietress' ascension, she was determined to end her own life. She must be aware that the proprietress would never kill her and had only made that kind of oath because she was furious and failed to consider the consequences at the time. If she wanted to resolve the oath, Yu He would be a great hurdle. Yang Kai widened his eyes and pushed his space principles madly. However, Yu He was a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master and was surrounded by rich world force. How was Yang Kai supposed to break through it and save her? Nevertheless, she didn't manage to land that palm on her forehead in the end. The proprietress had abruptly appeared in front of her as she clenched Yu He's wrist and looked at her with a conflicted expression. Yu He lifted her head, tears sliding down her face, her eyes appearing completely hollow and lifeless. As they stared into each other's eyes, the proprietress' heart finally softened and she sighed. What's the point of doing this? Yu He bit her lip as even more tears stained her face. The proprietress reached out and stroked the other woman's head. All those years ago, I brought you back and raised you. Your life belongs to me. Without my permission, no one can kill you, including yourself. With her head hanging low, Yu He said in a trembling voice, yes. The proprietress slightly surged her world force, whereupon Yu He groaned and collapsed to the ground. She had passed out while Yang Kai widened his eyes as he was still reeling from the shock. If the proprietress hadn't made a move just now, Yu He would have lost her life right in front of him. He had been in contact with her for more than 10 years in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, and while he used to be annoyed with her and wanted nothing more than to get rid of her, eventually, they grew to support each other as they went through countless difficulties. However, even after more than 10 years of contact with her, Yang Kai had never realized how determined and resolute Yu He was. Although the proprietress had calmed her down by knocking her out, there was still a troublesome issue, which was her heart demon oath. As long as Yu He and her small orchid palace existed, there was no way the heart demon oath could be resolved, and the proprietress would never have the chance to ascend to the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. It wasn't certain whether Yu He would attempt to end her own life again after she awakened. Following a sigh, the proprietress carried Yu He up and stepped into a room in the hall before placing her on a bed. Yang Kai and Bai Chi followed her without saying a word. As the proprietress gazed at the woman on the bed, her expression gradually softened. She even started humming a lullaby as though she was trying to lull a baby to sleep. She placed one hand on Yuhi and gently tapped her following the rhythm. Yang Kai and Bai Qi traded glances as they felt speechless at that. A moment later, the proprietress waved her hand at them. Getting the hint, they left together. After leaving the inner hall, Bai Qi immediately wrapped his arm around Yang Kai's shoulder and winked at him. "Let's grab a drink." Yang Kai guffawed and replied in agreement. Good. Bai Qi could be considered the first true friend he made after arriving in the 3000 worlds. Old Feng wasn't the first because when they got to know each other in Seven Wonders Land in the past, they had their own ulterior motives, so their intentions were not pure. When they were still in First Inn in the Star City, Yang Kai and Bai Qi would frequently drink until late at night, so they were already familiar with it. After walking for a bit, they stopped in the Grand Hall and took a seat on the ground. While Yang Kai didn't have any good wine with him, Bai Qi seemed to possess many wine bottles of extremely high quality. Yang Kai fished out a lot of spirit fruits from his space ring, many of which were local products from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary that amazed Bai Qi. They went on to drink excessively, and it wasn't long before they became completely smashed. It was 2 days later when the proprietress and Yuhi left the inner hall. Looking around, they realized that the Grand Hall was a mess as the ground was covered in wine bottles and fruit pits, while a pungent smell of alcohol permeated the air. Yang Kai and Bai Qi were lying on the ground with their limbs spread wide. Their snoring was deafening. A furious proprietress glared at them and said through clenched teeth, "Wake them up." Yuhi hurriedly stepped forward and performed a hand seal. After activating her power, she let out a breath at them. Following that, a breeze whisked through the men on the ground, which caused them to shudder and slowly open their eyes. Feeling an excruciating pain in his head, Yang Kai slowly sat up and rubbed his forehead. He sported a helpless smile and thought that he had overindulged this time. Since the closure of the primordial land, he had always been tense. The proprietress' arrival gave him a great sense of security, which was why he could finally unwind. After circulating his strength to sober himself up, he raised his head and saw Yuhi looking worriedly at him. An elated Yang Kai got up and said, "Yuhi, you're awake." Imperceptibly, Yuhi nodded and pointed at the proprietress in front of her. Yang Kai turned his head only to see that the proprietress was glaring at him with a cold expression which caused his neck to shrink instinctively before he stood beside Bai Qi. Both of them sported fawning smiles. "When will you two ever grow up?" The proprietress appeared completely disappointed. They hurriedly said in unison, "We're sorry. We won't do it again." The proprietress batted her eyes as she felt like she had just landed a punch on a pile of cotton. "Then," she said through gritted teeth, "if this happens again, I'll drown you two in a pool of wine." Both of them nodded repeatedly. Standing behind the proprietress, Yuhi covered her mouth and giggled. Yang Kai took a glance at her, and upon seeing that life had returned to her face, he let out a sigh of relief. When he was drinking with Bai Qi earlier, he asked him about Yuhi's past. Not daring to reveal too much information, Bai Qi only told him that Yuhi was an orphan brought home and raised by the proprietress, who also taught her cultivation. It could be said that the proprietress was just like her mother and elder sister. Besides Yuhi, Bai Qi, the chef, and the accountant were also close to the proprietress. Nevertheless, Yuhi had stayed with the proprietress for a longer time than any of them. As for why they had fallen out, Bai Qi wouldn't reveal it even though he was drunk. He wasn't in any position to speak about this, so he told Yang Kai to personally ask the proprietress about it. Certainly, Yang Kai didn't have the guts to do that. If he really asked such a question, he'd be beaten. Grandmaster Wu Liang already has some ideas on how to repair the Grand Array, but he needs you to consult with him first. "Come with me," the proprietress said and led the way. Hurriedly, Yang Kai followed her. Soon, the four of them saw Grandmaster Wu Liang again together with Lu Shui. Over the past 2 days, Lu Shui had followed him to tour Voidland and seen the skills of the Spirit Array Grandmaster, which were truly admirable. The person invited by the proprietress was indeed skillful. After they met, the proprietress greeted Grandmaster Wu Liang, who stroked his beard and said in a proud manner, "Madame Lan, I've examined the Grand Array around this place and have 3 proposals for you to choose from." There was a faint smile on the proprietress' face. "Grandmaster, this place doesn't belong to me or Fist Inn. The owner is my shop hand, so he'll be the one choosing from the options." Yang Kai stepped forward and said politely, "Grandmaster, please tell me more about your proposals." Grandmaster Wu Liang gave him a look and announced, The first proposal will require the shortest time and least materials and involves repairing the grand array. Yang Kai raised his brow. After all, they had practically invited the old man to do just that. Suppressing his doubts, he asked, "What are the other two proposals?" Grandmaster Wu Liang went on to say, "The second proposal is that this old master upgrades the grand array. I have the confidence to improve its power by 20%. However, compared to the first proposal, this one will require more time and carry a greater cost. I estimate that the cost will be double that of the first proposal." Yang Kai's eyes brightened when he heard that. The grand array around Voidland was the same one as when this place was called Seven Wonders Land. Yang Kai had witnessed the power of the grand array. In the past, Su Huang made use of the grand array to wage war against several mid-rank open heaven realm masters in Seven Wonders Land on his own, managing to severely injure Qichao and kill 3 venerable protectors. His success was thanks to the grand array. Now, Grandmaster Wu Liang said that he could increase the power of the grand array by 20%. How skilled must this old man be in the Tao of Spirit arrays to be able to achieve that? Was he just boasting? After all, it wasn't easy to upgrade such a large spirit array. Then Yang Kai turned to look at the proprietress, who imperceptibly nodded. It was apparent that she had faith in Grandmaster Wu Liang's capabilities. It was then Yang Kai set his mind at ease and asked, "What about the third proposal?" After giving it a thought, Grandmaster Wu Liang replied, "The third proposal is that, while using the foundation of this grand array, this old master will completely rearrange it. This will take the longest time, and the cost will be 5 times more than the first proposal at least. Doing this will allow the grand array's power to be increased by 50%. The cost of the second proposal was double that of the first one, and the power could be increased by 20%. On the other hand, the third proposal was 5 times more expensive than the first one, but the power could only be increased by 50%. There was no doubt that the second proposal was a much better deal than the third one. However, the grand array was the first and greatest layer of protection for this place, so direct cost wasn't the only consideration. Moreover, it was only natural for a more powerful grand array to be more expensive. Yang Kai intended to bring all his friends and family from the star boundary to this place, so he had to build a safe environment for them. By the time he brought them here, he certainly wouldn't have the means to protect them all himself, but by improving the grand array in a time of crisis, they would have the means to protect themselves. Therefore, Yang Kai made a decision without hesitation. "I'll choose the third proposal. Grandmaster, please start working on it now." A shocked Grandmaster Wu Liang sized the young man up and asked just to confirm, "Brat, do you understand how expensive it is to repair this grand array alone?" In his eyes, Yang Kai was just an Emperor Realm boy who took control of this place by chance, so there was no way he was that wealthy. To just repair a grand array of this scale was beyond the ability of most third-class great forces to afford, not to mention a mere Emperor Realm Jr. With a faint smile, the proprietress said, "Grandmaster, rest assured, my shop hand made a great fortune some time ago, so he should be able to afford it. Just go with the third proposal." She had learned from Lu Shui about what Yang Kai had gone through in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, so she was fully aware that he was filthy rich now. After all, the wealth those from Scarlet Star had amassed in the boundary was all taken away by him. The cost of repairing the grand array was probably just some small change to the current Yang Kai, so 5 times of that was nothing to him. Grandmaster Wu Liang took a glance at the proprietress and then Yang Kai, thinking that this boy had the full support of Madame Lan. Even if he didn't have enough money, Madame Lan would lend him a hand. As such, Grandmaster Wu Liang nodded. "In that case, we'll go with the third proposal. But, before that, this old master must talk about remuneration." "Please go ahead, Grandmaster," Yang Kai said politely. A moment later, they came to an agreement. It had to be said that it cost a lot of money to invite such a Grandmaster to work on the grand array. His remuneration wasn't fixed and instead would be based on the cost of upgrading the grand array. Grandmaster Wu Liang would take 20% of the total repair and upgrade cost. In other words, regardless of the cost to upgrade the grand array, he would want 20% of that. Apparently, the proprietress was aware of this kind of practice, so she didn't say anything. The fact that Yang Kai had chosen the third proposal was beneficial to Grandmaster Wu Liang as well. That was because the higher the cost to upgrade the grand array, the more benefits he would get. Therefore, he was more than happy that Xianxia had chosen the third option. The price was rather outrageous, but if Grandmaster Wu Liang could really achieve what he claimed, Xianxia didn't mind paying the price. I have a list here. Get the materials on this list ready as soon as possible. Grandmaster Wu Liang fished out an empty jade slip and wrote down the list before passing it to Xianxia. After taking a glance, Xianxia was stunned. There were probably over 10,000 different types of materials on the list, most of which he had never even heard of before. After all, it had only been a short time since he arrived in the outer universe, so his knowledge wasn't that broad. Nevertheless, there were some materials that he already possessed. Be it the wealth those from Scarlet Star had amassed in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary or the secret storehouse in Seven Wonders Land, there were many materials in Xianxia's possession that could be put to use. The next moment, Xianxia passed the list to Yuhi and let her deal with it. Then he decided to hold a banquet for the proprietress and Grandmaster Wu Liang. The people from the third-class great forces who had come to help became busy and got the banquet ready in a short while. After they were all seated, they started drinking and chatting. The atmosphere was pleasant. A few days later, Lu Shui and Bai Qi shot into the sky and passed through the gap in the Grand Array before disappearing. They were going to the local star cities to buy the materials for upgrading the Grand Array. Although Xianxia had many usable resources on hand, he didn't have everything necessary, therefore they had to purchase some materials from the star cities. There was a star city in Seven Wonder territory that was neither big nor small, aptly classified as a medium-sized star city. After all, Seven Wonders Land was just a second-class great force. As long as a great territory wasn't in a remote location, it normally had a star city which was correlated to the strongest great force. For example, the star cities in the great territories of the cave heavens and paradises were expansive, while the star city in the same great territory as Great Moon Province was a small one. Lu Shui and Bai Qi parted ways. She went to the star city in this great territory while he was heading to a large-scale star city. The star cities were far away, so it would probably take them a couple of months before they could return to Voidland. On the other hand, Grandmaster Wu Liang wasn't doing nothing. He made use of the materials at hand and started working on the Grand Array. The disciples from Golden Light Dock were assigned to assist him. Although there were already many people, they were still not enough. A few days later, the great emperors from the more than 10 universe worlds controlled by Voidland arrived and brought more than several hundred people with them, which solved the most pressing labor issue. The entire Voidland was bustling now. Without hesitation, Xianxia gave out the resources in his possession to be used on the Grand Array. Half a month later, Chun Tianfei returned to Voidland. Previously, he had received Xianxia's order and escorted Menghong and the others back to Great Moon Province. It wasn't until they all entered their headquarters that he came back. Seeing the proprietress, the fatty respectfully saluted her. It was then he realized that Xianxia wasn't bluffing when the latter said that he was from First In. Chen Tianfei had heard a lot about this legendary woman, and upon seeing her, he realized that she indeed lived up to her name. He also brought back some news regarding Old Fang and the others. After they joined Great Moon Province, they started cultivating diligently, and their lives were all good now. The atmosphere in Great Moon Province was pleasant, and although they joined at a later time, they were not oppressed in any way. When Chen Tianfei escorted Meng Hong and the others back to the province, he was hospitably greeted by Great Moon True Monarch. It couldn't be helped, as Great Moon True Monarch was only a third-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Faced with Chen Tianfei, a fourth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, he felt pressured. Then, Xianxia let him take a rest for a day before he was assigned to assist Grandmaster Wu Liang. As time passed, the Grand Array gradually began to take shape. 2 months later, Lu Shui and Bai Qi respectively returned and brought back the resources needed to reform the Grand Array, which allowed Grandmaster Wu Liang to work even faster. One day, Xianxia clenched a jade slip and infused his divine sense into it. After going through it for a long time, he retracted his divine sense and said joyfully, "Proprietress, the Grandmaster you found is indeed incredible." There was a smile on the proprietress' face. Although Grandmaster Wu Liang is just a fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, fewer than 1,000 people in the 3,000 worlds can surpass him when it comes to the Tao of Arrays. If she wasn't certain about his capabilities, she wouldn't have invited him to help with repairing the Grand Array. The 3,000 worlds was vast, so there were many people who were skilled in the Tao of arrays, but while 1,000 people might sound like a large figure considering the countless people who cultivated the Tao of arrays, it was actually quite amazing to be ranked amongst the top 1,000. After taking the jade slip from Yang Kai, the proprietress took a glance and arched her brow. 9 heavenly layers? Grandmaster Wu Liang had told someone to send the jade slip to them. It contained information regarding his proposed plan for the Grand Array. He named this Grand Array around Voidland the 9 heavenly layers. This kind of Grand Array was simply inconceivable to Yang Kai, as he had never seen or heard about anything like it before. If it could be successfully arranged, Voidland would be so secure that even a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters would fail if he attempted to invade. The proprietress pursed her lips and looked smilingly at Yang Kai. He must have realized that you're incredibly wealthy, so he's made some modifications to the Grand Array. If it's successfully constructed, the power will increase by far more than 50%. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. Recently, Grandmaster Wu Liang had become more amiable to him, unlike how aloof he was when they first met. That was because Yang Kai had given him absolute freedom to do whatever he wanted. To a Spirit Array Grandmaster, there was nothing more exciting in the world than materializing the Grand Array he had envisioned for a long time. It had been over 1,000 years since he first conceived of the 9 heavenly layers Grand Array, but unfortunately no great force could let him realize his dream. Over the years, many great forces had invited him to their headquarters, but they just needed him to repair the Grand Arrays they already had. That was because too many resources were required to build the 9 heavenly layers. Nevertheless, Yang Kai could help him realize his dream. Over the past 2 months, he found out that whatever materials he needed, Yang Kai could always produce, and there were no restrictions imposed at all. Regarding the Grand Array, he could do as he pleased. Hence, there was nothing worth hesitating about. The 9 heavenly layers was the best Grand Array he had ever come up with, and he was glad that he could arrange it right here in Voidland. Therefore, recently he became extremely fervent when it came to arranging the Grand Array as he worked around the clock. The thousands of people who had come to Voidland to help were constantly being ordered around by the Grandmaster, to the point they didn't have any time to rest. However, in order to arrange the 9 heavenly layers, he needed Yang Kai's support. After all, too many resources were required, and the cost would be much higher than the third proposal he had come up with some time ago. In order to persuade Yang Kai into agreeing to it, Grandmaster Wu Liang not only explained to the former the benefits and strengths of 9 heavenly layers, but also lowered his remuneration. He said that if this Grand Array was successfully built, he would only take 10% of the cost as his pay, a special favor to entice Yang Kai to agree. It had to be noted that it had been years since he set his price at 20%. He had arranged Grand Arrays for more than one second-class Great Force and had even worked for some paradises and cave heavens in the past, but he had never offered a single discount before. However, on this day, he made such a concession to Yang Kai, a mere Emperor Realm Jr., which went to show how determined and eager he was to construct the 9 heavenly layers. "What do you think?" The proprietress gazed at him. Yang Kai asked, "Well, what do you think?" The proprietress smiled faintly. "It's your place, so why are you asking me? I don't have any opinion." After a nod, Yang Kai went through the information in the jade slip again and replied to Grandmaster Wu Liang, "I accept." Yang Kai wanted the best possible Grand Array for Voidland. While Grandmaster Wu Liang was eager to set up the 9 heavenly layers, Yang Kai was also moved by the proposed Grand Array's power. In Spirit Land, Grandmaster Wu Liang suddenly looked up at the sky and let out a hearty laugh. Chen Tianfei was shocked upon seeing that, wondering what had gotten into this old man. In the Grand Hall of Earth Spirit Land, he took a look at the jade slip and became stunned. "Young master, in order to build the 9 heavenly layers, you not only need a lot of resources but also many artifacts." Yang Kai nodded his head. "That's right, but I already have many artifacts that can be used to increase the Grand Array's power. The issue is finding a few particularly powerful artifacts to serve as the array nodes." He had many artifacts of various kinds. After all, he had picked up several tens of thousands of space rings in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, and every ring contained artifacts. However, the quality of the artifacts varied. They could be used to increase the Grand Array's power, but not as array nodes. Just like its name suggested, The 9 heavenly layers grand array, once arranged, would have 9 layers. It combined defense, concealment, and attack in the same grand array. Every layer was connected with each other and mutually supportive. If a person wanted to enter Voidland, they would have to break through all 9 layers of this grand array first. This kind of grand array, even if it wasn't as good as those of the cave heavens and paradises, wasn't far off from them. In the 3,000 worlds, no second-class great force had a grand array that was comparable to this. The first 3 layers were all auxiliary arrays which could help the grand array continuously absorb the power of the stars to reduce its consumption of energy. This was very useful after all. Once the 9 heavenly layers began operating, it would naturally consume lots of power. Although Xianxia was extremely wealthy, he couldn't support such consumption in the long term. With the first 3 layers, they could help the grand array collect and store energy and release it when it was needed to reduce consumption. It also came with some self-repairing capabilities. As long as the grand array wasn't severely damaged, it didn't have to be patched. The grand array would heal on its own. The 3 middle layers were all defensive arrays. The first was for concealment, and once it started running, it could make Voidland disappear from sight. Unless a person had powerful means to look for it, no one could find its whereabouts. The second layer was a powerful illusion and bewilderment array. Once a cultivator entered the array, he would start hallucinating. Xianxia already had some ideas on what to use as array nodes for both concealment and hallucinatory purposes, so he didn't have to think about them for now. There was also a layer that was purely for protection. For this layer, he needed to look for a powerful defensive artifact to be used as the array node. The last 3 layers were the killing arrays, each of which was extremely powerful. They needed mighty killing artifacts to be used as the array nodes. Xianxia already had 2 such artifacts, but he needed one more. Every layer of the 9 heavenly layers was useful on its own, and when they were all interconnected, they became even more powerful. Grandmaster Wu Liang, who had invented the 9 heavenly layers, was truly talented and awe-inspiring. Xianxia was looking forward to the day when the 9 heavenly layers were completed. However, now he had to look for some powerful artifacts first. Otherwise, even if the grand array was completed, it wouldn't be fully functional. After some calculations, he realized that he needed at least 1 defensive artifact and 1 killing artifact. Those were the minimum requirements. The more artifacts he could get, the more powerful the grand array would be. It'll cost me an arm and a leg, Xianxia thought. A few days later, 3 people shot out of Voidland through the gap in the grand array. They were none other than Xianxia, the proprietress, and Yu He. On the ground, Chun Tianfei, Lu Shui, Guo Ziyan, and the others respectfully saw them off. Xianxia needed to look for the artifacts that could be used as array nodes for the grand array, and he could only seek the proprietress' help and asked her to introduce some Grandmaster artifact refiners to him. He was basically a newcomer to the 3,000 worlds, so he had no idea where he could find such people. Certainly, the cave heavens and paradises had such Grandmasters, but Xianxia wasn't familiar with them, and they might not even welcome him to begin with. Initially, he only intended to set off on the journey with the proprietress, but she insisted on bringing Yu He with her. Xianxia didn't understand her decision. He wanted to make Yu He stay in Voidland, but since the proprietress insisted, he just let her be. Fortunately, even though the defense of Voidland was weak, Zhu Yin was around. He told her to take good care of Voidland and trusted that she would do her best. She hadn't returned to the peak of her power yet, and it would take her a long time to adapt to the world principles in the outside world. However, if she got into a fight, most mid-rank cultivators would be no match for her. Anyway, no sensible people would make a fuss in Voidland at this point. Firstly, the trio went to the Universe Temple in Void Territory so that Xianxia could leave his soul imprint there. In the future, he could save some time when traveling around by using the Universe Transference Law. After leaving the Universe Temple, the proprietress summoned her ship, whereupon they boarded and shot forward at full speed. They went on to pass through several great territories until one day the proprietress stored the ship after they arrived at a certain place. "Have we arrived at our destination?" Xianxia asked. Without replying to him, the proprietress looked smilingly at Yu He. Presently, Yu He's face was a little pale as she looked bashfully at her. "Big sister, I was the one who made the mistake. Please punish only me and do not drag others into this. Big sister, please Please have mercy on them. Upon finishing her words, she was ready to kneel. The proprietress, however, held her up and said with a faint smile, "What are you doing? What do you think I'm going to do by bringing you to this place?" Gazing at her, Yuhi said, "Big sister, aren't you here to fulfill the heart demon oath?" Heart demon oath? Xianxia was shocked upon hearing that. Why was the heart demon oath mentioned all of a sudden? Previously in Void Land, because of the heart demon oath, Yuhi almost killed herself. Fortunately, the proprietress stopped her in time. Recently, the women had been getting along well, and there didn't seem to be any grudges between them anymore, so Xianxia thought that this matter was settled, but at the mention of the heart demon oath now, he had a bad premonition. After a nod, the proprietress replied, "A heart demon oath is unresolvable, so it must be fulfilled. But there are ways to work around it. Come with me." Then, she led the way for them. After trading glances, Xianxia and Yuhi hurriedly followed her. On the way to their destination, Xianxia fished out a universe chart and realized that, just like what he had speculated, they were now in small orchid territory. In this great territory, there was a second-class great force that couldn't really be considered second-class, which was Yuhi's small orchid palace. There was only one open heaven realm master in this great force, who was none other than Yuhi. The rest were all below the open heaven realm. Therefore, Small Orchid Palace was regarded as a second-class great force because Yuhi was its leader, but at the same time, it lacked the heritage of a true second-class great force. With that said, Small Orchid Territory was indeed named after Small Orchid Palace. What is proprietress planning to do? Xianxia was slightly worried, but at the same time he had a feeling that she wouldn't do anything terrible. A moment later, they arrived at Small Orchid Palace. It was a spirit province where the landmass was small and the foundations were weak. Yuhi had managed this place for 1,000 years, but she had done so all on her own and hadn't put in a lot of effort into building it up. The three of them stopped in the periphery of Small Orchid Palace, and the proprietress said, "Tell all of your people to come out." With her lips pressed together, Yuhi nodded and flew down before disappearing. Xianxia turned to look at the proprietress. He wanted to know what she was going to do, but he couldn't bring himself to ask such a question, so he could only wait patiently. Soon, figures were seen flying out of the palace. With Yuhi leading the way, about 2,000 or 3,000 came over and hovered in the void. This kind of figure was pretty embarrassing for a second-class great force. Nevertheless, Yuhi didn't found Small Orchid Palace to develop it into a mighty power. She just wanted a place to stay, and these people were simply brought back to the palace by her over the years as a kind of charity work, so they were not really her subordinates. The cultivation of these people varied, and there was only a small number in the Emperor realm. Yuhi had to use her own power to protect them so that they could survive in the void. "Big sister, everyone is present," Yuhi said in a hushed voice and lowered her head. She seemed ready to receive her punishment. The proprietress nodded gently and raised her hand. As the aura of world force undulated, she parted her lips and said, "In the past, outside of the Xiliang domain, this queen made a heart demon oath. As long as this oath isn't resolved, I will never be able to ascend to the seventh order. Shao here. Today, this queen will settle the grudge with you." Then, she pushed out her slender hand. Following her move, the grand array around Small Orchid Palace started cracking, as though it would collapse at any moment. "What are you doing? Stop! This woman is trying to destroy our home. We must fight." The disciples of Small Orchid Palace behind Yuhi widened their eyes and howled. Despite the fact that the proprietress appeared imposing and it was apparent that she was extremely powerful, these people didn't seem to be afraid of her. Their eyes had reddened, and they were ready to risk their lives to fight it out with her. Fortunately, Yuhi did her best to stop them from making a fuss. "All of you shut up," Yuhi bellowed. These people wouldn't dare to disobey her order, so upon hearing that, all of them fell silent despite the fact that they were still furious. They glared at the proprietress, as though they were eager to skin her alive. The might of the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm burst out and shattered the grand array around Small Orchid Palace. Although the grand array was pretty powerful, Yuhi didn't really put much effort into reinforcing it. After all, the heritage of Small Orchid Palace was too weak. Otherwise, the grand array of a second-class great force wouldn't have been destroyed so easily. After the grand array collapsed, Small Orchid Palace was completely exposed. Following a boom, the spirit province where Small Orchid Palace was located shook and the proprietress retracted her hand and straightened up. Small Orchid Palace has been destroyed. Shao here. Bring all of them to settle down in Void Land. Xianxia's place is vast enough to accommodate them. The proprietress turned around and looked smilingly at Yuhi. Behind her, the spirit province shattered as its fragments scattered in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the entire Small Orchid Palace was gone. Many thanks for showing mercy, big sister. Yui's eyes were slightly reddened. It wasn't because her palace was destroyed, but because the knot in her heart was finally untied. Let's go. The proprietress swung her sleeve and wrapped her power around Xianxia before shooting into the distance. Xianxia turned his head and waved his hand at Yuhi. Since the cultivation of her people varied so widely, it would be extremely difficult for them to travel across the void of the outer universe. With that said, Yuhi was a fifth-order open heaven realm master, so she wouldn't have trouble sheltering them. It was then that Xianxia understood why the proprietress insisted on bringing Yuhi with them. This was what she had intended to do all along. She once swore that if she couldn't trample flat the headquarters of the people who had ambushed her, she would never ascend to the seventh-order open heaven realm in her lifetime. The stern voice of the proprietress on that day still seemed to be reverberating in Xianxia's ears, but at that instant he couldn't help but smile helplessly. He always thought that the oath was made in rage and was deathly serious. But now, it seemed that when she made the oath on that day, the proprietress had already ensured there was a way out of it. When she said that she would destroy the headquarters of those people, she didn't mean she would exterminate their great force. Xianxia always thought that Yuhi would have to lose her life before the oath could be resolved, so he had been worried for quite some time, but now it seemed that even in that kind of situation, the proprietress still never had the intention of killing Yuhi. The loophole in the oath was prepared for this day. After Small Orchid Palace was destroyed, the oath had nothing to do with Yuhi anymore. Furthermore, without the palace, Yuhi would have nowhere to go, so she was bound to head to Void Land. Xianxia was happy with the outcome. Even without the incident on this day, he would still have done everything he could to persuade Yuhi to move everyone from her Small Orchid Palace to Void Land, and he believed that she wouldn't reject him. The proprietress just happened to seize the chance and resolved her heart demon oath, which helped achieve the outcome he desired. What's so amusing? The proprietress suddenly shot him a glance. With a straight face, Xianxia said, "You're such a kind-hearted person. Stop trying to flatter me, it's disgusting." The proprietress directly landed a fist on his forehead. Xianxia quickly covered his head and yelled, "Why did you hit me? A man's head is just like a woman's backside. It can't be touched lightly." The proprietress snorted, "I haven't settled accounts with you yet, so what if I hit you a bit?" Upon finishing her words, she raised her leg. The unsuspecting Xianxia was sent flying away as he bellowed, How can you lay a hand on me whenever you're unhappy? You crazy woman." Suddenly, a cold glint flashed through the proprietress' eyes as she gnashed her teeth. Xianxia felt cold all of a sudden as he shrank his neck and darted his gaze around. Just when he was ready to manipulate space principles to flee, he realized that the space around him had already been sealed off. There was a faint smile on the proprietress' face as she lightly stepped towards him. "Do you think I'll give you a chance to flee?" Xianxia hurriedly stepped backwards and said in a grim voice, "Let's just talk it out and not resort to such barbaric methods. How old do you think you are?" "Not again." As he spoke, he quickly reached out to grasp her foot that was about to reach him. Her ankle felt soft and smooth, but before he could properly enjoy the sensation, the proprietress flipped around and landed a kick on his chin with her other leg. As her dress whisked across his face, he started seeing stars and he was sent flying away again. A furious Xianxia thought that it had just been a short time since they reunited, but the proprietress had already beaten him up twice. He secretly swore that when he ascended to the open heaven realm one day, he would make this woman pay with interest. "Are you angry?" The proprietress and Xianxia were moving forward in the void as she stroked his head. A battered and bruised Xianxia lowered his head and sighed, "I wouldn't dare to. If getting mad was useful at all, there would be no point in cultivating." In response, the proprietress giggled. With a bitter expression, Xianxia said, "Proprietress, if there's any issue in the future, can you just talk it out with me instead of resorting to fists?" Then he pulled her hand away from his head. Suppressing her laughter, the proprietress replied, "Good. Now, There's something I need to ask you about, and you'd better answer me honestly. Go ahead. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Suddenly, the proprietress turned solemn and asked in a grim voice, "What is the order of your fire element power?" After a moment of silence, Yang Kai replied, "It should be at or above 7th order." He couldn't hide it any longer as the moment he used his golden crow casts the sun divine manifestation in Scarlet Star's Star City. This was no longer a secret. That was because there were harsh conditions to be met in order to use a divine manifestation. It required a 7th order element power at the very least, or for a high-rank open heaven realm masters to master one of their elements. In other words, divine manifestations were exclusive to high-rank open heaven realm masters. However, that didn't mean all high-rank open heaven realm masters could definitely comprehend a divine manifestation. Some would never understand the abstrusity of a manifestation in their lifetime. Since time immemorial, no Emperor Realm cultivator had ever comprehended a divine manifestation. Zhao Baichuan was amazed when he saw Golden Crow cast the sun, and he claimed that with this divine manifestation, despite the fact that Yang Kai was just an Emperor Realm junior, he would be capable of battling low-rank Open Heaven Realm masters. The gap between the Emperor Realm and the Open Heaven Realm was no different from the gap between the heavens and earth. An Open Heaven Realm master, even if he was just the lowest first order, had formed a small universe in their body and was capable of using world force. Killing an Emperor Realm cultivator for such a master was as easy as going for a stroll in their backyard. Below the Emperor Realm, Yang Kai could always fight against opponents in higher realms, but even at the peak of the Emperor Realm, he could not even fight with Open Heaven Realm masters. However, with his divine manifestation, it was now possible. Many people had seen him use the divine manifestation on that day, and after the closure of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, this news would definitely be spread. It wouldn't have mattered if the proprietress didn't ask about it, but now that she wanted to know, Yang Kai wouldn't hide it from her. Golden Crow casts the sun. The proprietress grinned meaningfully. "I heard that your fire element power is the Golden Crow's true fire?" It's exactly the Golden Crow's true fire. A guilty Yang Kai kept scratching his cheek. "I'm curious. As an Emperor Realm Junior, how were you able to obtain the Golden Crow's true fire?" The proprietress stared fixedly at him and ground her teeth. "If I'm not mistaken, it hasn't been a long time since you arrived in the 3,000 worlds, and your only encounter with the Golden Crow's true fire was in First Inn. Do you mean to tell me that you absorbed the power of the Golden Crow carcass during that time?" Yang Kai turned his head and forced a smile at her. In an instant, the proprietress' expression turned livid as she roared, "How dare you!" His silence meant that he admitted it. "Do you enjoy courting death?" The proprietress was both angry and shocked. At that time, there were several high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters as well as several dozen mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters vying for that prize. How did Yang Kai have the guts to absorb the Golden Crow's true fire when they were literally watching him? More importantly, he actually succeeded. With a serious expression, she said, "The Golden Crow's true fire is immensely powerful, and it can only be constrained by an equally powerful wood element power. Since you were able to absorb the Golden Crow's true fire, does that mean that you have already condensed a high-rank wood element power?" Proprietress is indeed beautiful and intelligent. Yang Kai gave her a thumbs up. The brow of the proprietress twitched as she muttered, "High-rank wood and fire elements. What else? Have you gotten any rewards in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary? Have you condensed any other powers? Earth? Metal? Both the earth and water elements." Yang Kai replied honestly, "Earth and water." The proprietress appeared doubtful. "How were you able to condense your water element power when you don't have a metal element power?" "It's a long story, but suffice it to say, I used a secret technique to skip the metal element power and directly condense my water element power." The proprietress was both shocked and doubtful. "Show me your earth and water elements." Unable to reject her, Yang Kai subsequently activated his earth and water element powers in his Dao Seal. Firstly, he was surrounded by dragon shields, and after they were dispelled, he surged his water element power, whereupon the atmosphere literally froze. Upon sensing the immense might of these two element powers, the proprietress gasped as her chest heaved and she exclaimed, "Both of them are high-rank powers." In disbelief, she stared at Yang Kai. It had only been a bit more than 10 years since this brat arrived in the 3000 worlds, but he had already condensed 4 high-rank elements. It was indeed thanks to the countless opportunities in the grand ancient ruins boundary that he was able to condense his earth element and water element, but even taking that into consideration, his achievements still far surpassed those of most elite cultivators. No cultivator could ever condense a high-rank open heaven element in such a short period of time. Normally, it required a long time of accumulation. Furthermore, it was extremely time-consuming to collect such materials. Normally, for an Emperor Realm Jr., if it only took them 100 years to go from condensing their Dao seal to ascending to the open heaven realm, it could be considered rapid. Normally, people needed several hundred years to 1,000 years to make this happen. People who could ascend to the open heaven realm in several dozen years were considered rare geniuses, yet it only took Xianxia a little more than 10 years to condense 4 element powers, all of which were high rank. Hardly anyone would believe the story. Do you intend to directly ascend to the high-rank open heaven realm? The proprietress gaped at him. With a solemn expression, Xianxia replied, yes. At the mention of this, he suddenly thought of something. Proprietress, is there any problem with directly breaking through to the high-rank open heaven realm? In the grand ancient ruins boundary, he had repeatedly dissuaded him from doing so, even going so far as to cooperate with Zhu Jiuyin to make him forcefully condense a 6th-order metal element power to set his foundation. It was only because Xianxia threatened to kill himself that Zhu Jiuyin gave up on that idea. 6th order and 7th order were separated by only 1 order, but it was akin to the difference between the heavens and earth. Besides the fact that one was mid-rank and the other was high-rank, the greatest achievement a person could attain would be different too. Since it had something to do with his future on the martial Dao, Xianxia was expected to resist fiercely, otherwise he wouldn't have had the courage to offend someone like Zhu Jiuyin in the boundary. What he had done made him feel that something was off though, but when he asked her about it, she only told him to ask the proprietress about it if there was a chance. Now that the proprietress was right in front of him, Xianxia wanted to find out the answer. However, the proprietress fell silent. A while later, she let out a long sigh. I never expected that you were such an ambitious person. Directly ascending to the high-rank open heaven realm is risky. The strength of our Dao seal is the foundation on which we are able to bear the yin, yang, and 5 element powers. The higher the order those element powers are, the stronger our Dao seal is required to be. If the powers exceed our own limits when we ascend to the open heaven realm, there's a risk of our Dao ceiling exploding, costing us our lives. I'm sure you're aware of that already. Xianxia nodded in response. Certainly, he was aware of this reality, however, that didn't really bother him as his Dao seal was extremely firm. Besides that, he had consumed over 10 drops of divine Dao water in the grand ancient ruins boundary, which further strengthened his Dao seal. Hence, there was no problem for him to bear 7th order elements. The risk that comes with the Dao seal is just a natural disaster, however. In order to directly ascend to the high rank, the biggest threat you'll face is a man-made disaster. What do you mean by that? A puzzled Xianxia frowned. The proprietress went on to say, even after cultivators like us ascend to the open heaven realm, we don't become stuck in that same order forever. By consuming open heaven pills or using other means, we can strengthen our own world force and improve the small universe in our bodies, which allows us to ascend to higher orders. However, since the foundation has been built, the ability to build around it is limited. Normally, after a person ascends to the open heaven realm, he or she can make use of external help to achieve an ascension by 2 orders, with no hope of achieving more than that. After a pause, she continued, for example, I'm now a 6th order open heaven realm master, so I'll have a chance to become an 8th order open heaven realm master in the future, and that's my limit. On the other hand, Old Bai is a 5th order open heaven realm master now, so his limit is the 7th order. Of course, if you can find the universe furnace, that's a different story. The universe furnace is an innate artifact, and the open heaven pills it nurtures have far greater efficacy than the pills refined made by alchemists. With these innate open heaven pills, one can break through their limits. However, you shouldn't even think about it. According to the ancient books, it was very rare for the universe furnace to appear, and every appearance led to a reign of blood and terror. Then, she added, the 2nd order and 5th order open heaven realm are the dividing points. For those who break through directly to the second order, the limit is the fourth order, and for the fifth order, the limit is the seventh order. In other words, there's a possibility for a low-rank cultivator to ascend to the mid-rank and for a mid-rank cultivator to ascend to the high rank. Therefore, normally, if a person is capable enough, they will either choose to ascend to the second-order open heaven realm in the low rank or the fifth-order open heaven realm in the mid-rank. That's to give themselves greater hope for the future. Xianxia nodded his head. It's no wonder both old Bai and he ascended to the fifth-order open heaven realm. The proprietress nodded. That's one of the reasons. Another reason is that it's where their limit is. Furthermore, it's difficult to look for sixth-order materials. Every sixth-order material was incredibly precious. Xianxia had indeed obtained a lot of rewards in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, but there was only a small number of sixth-order resources in comparison. He had about 100 such resources at most, and that was after he became the most powerful person in the boundary and had Scarlet Star collect all these for him. All of a sudden, the proprietress shot him a glance. If you want to directly ascend to the seventh order, what will your limit be? Ninth order. Xianxia's expression was calm but serious. Yes, ninth order. The proprietress sported a smile. Is there anyone in the world who can go against such a figure? Even the cave heavens and paradises won't sit back and watch you grow. For once that happens, you will shake the foundation on which they rule over the 3,000 worlds. Xianxia's expression changed. So, this is what you mean by a man-made disaster? The proprietress nodded gently. All 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises will not sit back and do nothing. Xianxia paled. Are those top great forces really that unreasonable and overbearing? Things had become a little thorny now. In the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, he had made friends with Suzhen and the others, and they were the disciples from cave heavens and paradises. After they returned to their sects, they would definitely make full reports to their masters. When the people from those top great forces became aware that Xianxia had condensed several high-rank element powers and even comprehended a divine manifestation, he would fall into a perilous situation. The proprietress seemed to be walking down memory lane as she said slowly, about 1,000 years ago, there was a man who was just as gifted as you. He attempted to directly ascend to the high rank, and in fact, he had encountered countless opportunities and was extremely lucky, so he managed to condense 6 element powers, leaving him just one step away from achieving his goal. What happened then? Xianxia turned to look at her. Then, the proprietress let out a breath. For some reasons that were beyond his control, he could only become a fifth-order open heaven realm master. Xianxia frowned. You mean the last resource that he absorbed was in the fifth order? In response, the proprietress gently nodded. In order to ascend to the open heaven realm, a cultivator had to condense yin, yang, and 5 elements into their Dao seal. However, as for how far one could go, it depended on the lowest order element they absorbed. Just like filling a barrel with water, it all depended on the shortest plank to determine how much water could be held. It didn't matter if the planks were taller, as that did not change the maximum capacity of the barrel. Xianxia didn't understand why that man gave up on such a bright future. He was bound to be a 7th-order open heaven realm master, but he ended up becoming a 5th-order one. Perhaps there were reasons that he had no control over. Otherwise, no one would be willing to make such a decision. Where is that man now? Xianxia asked. The proprietress slowly shook her head. Seeing that, Xianxia realized that this man must be dead. She went on to say, So, if you want to directly ascend to the high-rank open heaven realm, your biggest obstacle isn't how difficult it is to look for high-rank resources, but the cave heavens and paradises. Xianxia felt his heart sinking. If it was just as the proprietress had said, things would become tricky. It had been a long time since these cave heavens and paradises established themselves in the 3,000 worlds, so their heritage was shocking. Anyone that had been targeted by them would never live a peaceful life again. There was no doubt that they would relentlessly suppress such a person. What if I can join one of the cave heavens or paradises? The idea suddenly sprang into Xianxia's mind. Perhaps he could make use of a top great force's power to resist such pressure. The proprietress chuckled. There are 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises. Which one do you want to join? If you manage to join one, the other 107 top forces will never agree to it. Which great force would be willing to resist such pressure for you? Yang Kai furrowed his brow. Is there anyone in this world who can directly break through to the high-rank open heaven realm? Yes. The proprietress nodded. The disciples nurtured by the cave heavens and paradises from birth have such a chance. But you aren't one of them. Besides the fact that it is extremely hard to look for seventh-order resources, rarely anyone in this world has a good enough aptitude to directly ascend to the high rank. A furious Yang Kai bellowed. It's not fair that they have a chance to ascend to the high rank while others can't. So, if you want to directly ascend to the high-rank open heaven realm, the road ahead for you will be paved with obstacles and danger. You might even have to go against the entire world. Yang Kai asked, Are you trying to tell me to lower my expectations? The proprietress slowly shook her head. You will have to choose your own path. Regardless of what decision you make, I will not interfere in it. I'm just telling you the threats you'll face. 1,000 years ago, she had done everything she could to persuade that person to curb his ambitions, but the result was a complete tragedy. Now, 1,000 years later, history seemed to be repeating itself, and this time, she would not make the same mistake. Yang Kai lowered his head. For the remaining journey, the proprietress seemed to have lost interest in talking and appeared to be engulfed in an atmosphere of sorrow. As such, the trip became a silent one. One day, after passing through several great territories, the pair suddenly stopped at a certain point in the void. The proprietress fished out a universe chart and took a glance at it before looking around and muttering, "It should be around here." Following that, she took out a jade and infused her energy into it. After that, she hurled the jade away, whereupon it turned into a ray of light and shot forward. As though the ray of light had crashed into something, it shattered. As they were engulfed in the dazzling light, a portal came into Yang Kai's sight. He arched his brow, knowing that there was a hidden space over there and the jade was the key to open it. This kind of concealment technique was extraordinary. Even a sixth-order open heaven realm master like the proprietress couldn't see through it, as she had to rely on the special jade. It reminded Yang Kai of the 9 heavenly layers. If the grand array was completed, Voidland could also completely disappear. At that instant, he secretly felt fortunate that he had made such a decision. What the proprietress had told him made him realize that he would be faced with endless trouble in the future, and he might drag Voidland into it as well. With the 9 heavenly layers, it could at least protect Voidland. Who is it that has come to visit? So troublesome. An aged voice was suddenly heard coming from beyond the portal. It was apparent that he was an elderly man, and his voice could arouse a sense of dreariness. Yang Kai was stunned as he found the owner of this place interesting. He didn't even pretend to be amiable. Feeling troubled, he would directly say it out loud. It seemed that he wasn't afraid of offending anyone. However, it seemed that the proprietress was already used to this, as she said with a smile, "Grandmaster Ma Fan, it's me. Please open the door." Yang Kai was dumbfounded, thinking that the owner of this place had such a weird name. Recognizing her voice, Grandmaster Ma Fan sighed. "It's you, little girl. So troublesome. Come in." As soon as he finished speaking, the portal opened up and revealed a dark passageway. After hinting at Yang Kai to follow her, the proprietress stepped into the passageway first. Not daring to be negligent, Yang Kai hurriedly followed her. Right after they entered the portal, they were greeted by a dazzling light. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, and when he made out what was in front of him a moment later, he was astounded. He thought that the world behind the portal would look just like Voidland, but after entering this place, he realized that it was vastly different from what he had imagined. The space seemed boundless, and it was apparent that he and the proprietress were still standing in the void. In this space, there were several dozen stars, and every star was surrounded by clouds. Every star looked different, and there was a gigantic sun star that was emitting light and heat at their center. The sun's true fire could be seen pulsating on the surface of the sun star, and the entire void was illuminated by its light. This place was just like a miniature great territory. Yang Kai was so flabbergasted that he couldn't say a word. On the other hand, the proprietress was already used to it. As she said, the scenery in those cave heavens and paradises are countless times more splendid than this. Moreover, this place is the ruins of a paradise, and Grandmaster Ma Fan is the only surviving descendant of that paradise. The ruins of a paradise? Yang Kai was shocked. The proprietress explained, 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises do not remain the same forever. The 3,000 worlds aren't as simple as you think. Yang Kai was astonished. The cave heavens and paradises were the strongest great forces in the world, so what could possibly make one disappear? Was it because of natural or man-made disasters? Moreover, the ruins of a paradise were already so magnificent, so what about the real paradises? What about the cave heavens? The emotions in Yang Kai's heart undulated. Affected by the sun star in this place, he felt that the golden crow's true fire in his body was tempted to resonate with it. Let's go. The proprietress took his arm and led him to a star before landing on the ground. Soon, Yang Kai saw the Grandmaster Ma Fan whom the proprietress had mentioned. He was indeed an elderly man, but his bitter expression seemed to suggest that he had lost interest in life. It was as though he was eager to kill himself to end all the trouble. What surprised Yang Kai was that even though this elderly man looked ordinary, he was actually a high-rank open heaven realm master. That revelation stunned Yang Kai, and he couldn't help but admire the proprietress for having a lot of connections as she managed to become friends with such a person. Junior greets Grandmaster. The proprietress obediently saluted. Besides the fact that she was weaker than he was, she was also much younger. Naturally, Yang Kai also paid his respects. Grandmaster Ma Fan lifted his eyes to take a glance at the proprietress and quickly lowered them again, as though he felt that raising his eyes was also troublesome. In a languid manner, he said, "Little girl, when was the last time we met?" With a smile, the proprietress replied, "About 300 years ago." 300 years? Grandmaster Ma Fan appeared sullen as he muttered. In other words, I've been sitting here for 300 years. At that revelation, Yang Kai felt speechless. How lazy must this elderly man be that he could sit there and do nothing for 300 years? Tingyu, you're also here, Grandmaster Ma Fan said. With her lips curving into a smile, the proprietress refuted. Old man, what's wrong with your eyes? Take a closer look. He isn't Tingyu. Grandmaster Ma Fan lifted his eyes to take a glance at Yang Kai, then he became shocked. He really isn't Tingyu, but they look similar. Oh, I remember it now. Tingyu is already gone. I guess I'm really going senile now. Yang Kai was startled, as it wasn't the first time he heard the name Tingyu. When they were in the Sealing Yang domain in the past, Yuhi also called out this name. Taking past incidents into consideration, Yang Kai had a feeling that he looked similar to this guy called Tingyu, and to the proprietress and Yuhi, Tingyu was someone very important. Perhaps this person was the reason the proprietress and Yuhi had fallen out. Certainly, he couldn't ask about it right in front of the proprietress, so he suppressed the doubts in his heart. What's the purpose of your visit this time? Grandmaster Ma Fan asked. The proprietress replied, I've come all the way here because I want you to refine some artifacts for me. I knew it. This will be so troublesome. Grandmaster Ma Fan didn't conceal his displeasure. A nonchalant proprietress continued with a smile. That's because you're one of the best artifact grandmasters in this world. In the entire 3,000 worlds, fewer than 3 people are comparable to you in this field. Grandmaster Ma Fan snorted, Stop your flattery, it means nothing to me. Despite what he had said, his slightly curved lips suggested that he was pleased to hear such pleasantries. Then, he got up as cracking sounds were heard coming from his slim figure. After a sigh, he said, Forget it. I've remained seated for a long time, and it's time to get up and do something else. Lawn girl, what artifacts do you want to refine? Hurriedly, the proprietress replied, Old man, the things I want you to make are array artifacts, not ordinary artifacts. There were many kinds of artifacts in the world, and array artifacts were one of them. As its name suggested, these artifacts were made for the various grand arrays. Normally, any artifact could be used as an array artifact. As long as a grand array was correctly arranged and allowed the artifact to merge with it, its power could be magnified. However, array artifacts had to be activated with the help of a grand array. That was because every array artifact was extremely energy-consuming when activated, and it was unbearable for any cultivator, so it required the help of a grand array. In return, the power that could be derived from an array artifact was much greater than that of ordinary artifacts. Correspondingly, it also required more resources to forge an array artifact. All of a sudden, Grandmaster Ma Fan shot a glance at the proprietress. You want to make array artifacts? She nodded. There's no problem. As long as you can collect all the materials, I don't mind making them for you. However, you helped me with 3 things in the past, and I promised to make 3 artifacts for you. You've already used 2 chances, leaving you with just 1. Tell me what kind of artifact you want to make. With a smile, the proprietress replied, Old man, I want you to make a killing artifact and a defensive artifact. Grandmaster Ma Fan slowly shook his head. Little girl, you know my rules. Don't be too greedy. The proprietress said, Of course I know your rules, and every chance could only be traded for 1 artifact, but she suddenly fell silent and parted her lips to secretly speak to the elderly man. Initially, Grandmaster Ma Fan's expression was dispassionate, but he soon appeared shocked. Then he swept a glance over Xianxia with a hesitant expression. A moment later, he nodded gently, All right, I'll agree to it. However, boy, you have to remember that you owe this old man a favor now, and when I want you to do something for me in the future, you must not turn me down. Upon hearing that, Xianxia knew that the proprietress must have come to an agreement with the elderly man, and this agreement had something to do with him. Trusting the proprietress, though, he cupped his fists and replied, Rest assured, Grandmaster, this junior will remember and will not turn you down. Heh heh. Grandmaster Ma Fan chuckled. I hope you won't go back on your word then. Then, they moved forward and reached the grand hall in a short moment. A gigantic refining furnace that was 300 meters tall had been erected in the grand hall, and around it were various tools for refining artifacts. The variety of tools dazzled Xianxia. Standing at the bottom of the refining furnace, they looked just like 3 ants. A lot of abstruse patterns had been engraved on the surface of the refining furnace, seemingly resonating with the grand Tao. The proprietress looked up and was amazed. It's not the first time I see it, but I still think that this universe furnace is extremely abstruse. Universe furnace? Xianxia was flabbergasted. Is this the universe furnace? Smilingly, the proprietress replied, Of course, this is not the real universe furnace. Strictly speaking, this is a replica universe furnace. The universe furnace is an innate creation, a supreme treasure which can nurture everything in this world. The ancestors of Grandmaster Ma Fan had a chance to see the real universe furnace, and using it as inspiration, they spent countless years and effort to build this replica universe furnace. Despite that, this replica universe furnace is far less profound and powerful than the real one. It has about 1% of the capabilities as the true universe furnace. Grandmaster Ma Fan snorted. If it weren't because the ancestors were putting all their time and energy into making this replica universe furnace, our enemy wouldn't have had the chance to take advantage of us. He seemed to suggest that his paradise had fallen because his ancestors were too focused on making this replica universe furnace, but that must have happened a long, long time ago. However, it was thanks to this replica universe furnace that they managed to save our foundation. This replica universe furnace has made but also broken our great force. Following that, Grandmaster Ma Fan tossed a jade slip at Xianxia and said smugly, We have 1,035 array artifacts in our great force. Let's see which ones you'd like to obtain. After taking the jade slip, Xianxia infused his divine sense into it and became amazed. There were many kinds of array artifacts that were recorded in the jade slip, which dazzled him. The names, types, and uses of the array artifacts were all listed in detail. This was indeed an abundant heritage. The information recorded in this jade slip alone was worth an unimaginable amount of wealth. Xianxia couldn't help recalling Divine Cauldron Heaven. Of the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises, Divine Cauldron Heaven was the most famous for refining artifacts. The Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd in Xianxia's possession was made by the little fatty, Sujin. He wondered whether the heritage of Divine Cauldron Heaven or this paradise was greater. It was extremely difficult to choose a killing artifact and a defensive artifact from over 1,000 array artifacts. Xianxia went over them and thought that many of them were terrific. At that instant, he was caught in a dilemma. Without urging him, Grandmaster Ma Fan just waited patiently to the side. In the end, it was the proprietress who couldn't take it anymore as she snatched the jade slip and took a glance, whereupon she made a decision. Let's choose the Heavenly Net Umbrella and the Heavenly Executioner's Sword. Xianxia nodded. We'll choose these two, then. Grandmaster Ma Fan grinned meaningfully. In order to make these two items, a lot of resources are required. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Grandmaster, please give me a list of all the resources needed. After a grunt, Grandmaster Ma Fan fished out another jade slip and infused his divine sense into it. A moment later, he tossed it at Yang Kai. Upon examining it, Yang Kai furrowed his brows. It wasn't that too many resources were needed, but that he couldn't recognize most of them. In fact, he wasn't familiar with most of the items that he had amassed in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. This was embarrassing. In other words, even if he had some of the necessary resources, he wasn't aware of it. Helpless, he could only seek the proprietress' help, and following her guidance, he slowly fished out the required materials from his small sealed world. In the beginning, Grandmaster Ma Fan remained nonchalant, but as Yang Kai took out more items, he gradually became stunned. You also have a lump of radiant black platinum? It's as big as a wash basin. TSK. Sealing demon iron is almost unobtainable anymore. I was unable to find it regardless of how hard I tried. Where did you get it? Sovereign-grade fantasy dust. This is extremely rare. This one here must have been formed over the course of 10,000 years. Every time Yang Kai fished out an ore, Grandmaster Ma Fan could easily recognize what it was, which went to show that he was truly an erudite person. On the other hand, he was amazed by Yang Kai's wealth. It never crossed his mind that an Emperor Realm Jr. could possess so many precious items. Where is this brat from? Could he have inherited the wealth of a divine monarch? Low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters could only call themselves true monarchs, and mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters could use the title of Heavenly Monarch. On the other hand, Divine Monarch was a title exclusive to high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Gazing at the young man before him, Grandmaster Ma Fan was both shocked and doubtful. Certainly, the proprietress wouldn't explain anything to him as she remained on the side with a faint smile. An hour later, a lot of materials had piled up in front of Yang Kai. Gazing at these things, Yang Kai scratched his head. We still lack some things. He had gathered about 80% of the materials on the list, but there were 20% of them that he couldn't find. Although he had obtained a lot of rewards in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, there were still things that he didn't have, which made him feel helpless. The proprietress asked, "Old man, do you have these things?" With a vigilant expression, Grandmaster Ma Fan narrowed his eyes. "What's wrong? Do you want to get them from me?" Sporting a smile, the proprietress replied, "We won't take them from you for free. As you can see, Yang Kai has many rare items that can be traded for your things. He doesn't mind taking a small loss." As his gaze darted around, Grandmaster Ma Fan nodded his head. Good. Then they went on to exchange the items they had. The proprietress assisted Yang Kai, bargaining back and forth with the elderly man. A few hours later, they managed to gather all the materials. All in all, Yang Kai had suffered a small loss, but that should be all right. A furious Grandmaster Ma Fan said, "Little girl, how can you help him instead of this old man? Don't even think about getting me to make any artifacts for you again." With her lips curving into a smile, the proprietress replied, "Old man, don't forget your age. Stop getting angry easily, or your life will be shortened." Upon hearing that, Grandmaster Ma Fan was infuriated. On the side, Yang Kai was extremely nervous as he was worried that the elderly man would decide not to make the artifacts for him. Fortunately, even though he seemed furious, he didn't go back on his word. After gathering all the materials, he started working on the artifacts. As a jade rose in the air, the immense aura of a peak 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master spread out, and Grandmaster Ma Fan bellowed, "Stand back." Without hesitation, the proprietress wrapped her power around Yang Kai and retreated 1,000 kilometers. Following a loud boom, the ground shook as the entire star seemed to be trembling. Then Yang Kai was shocked by what he saw. The ring around the star started spinning around as though it had been propelled by a mysterious force. Next, the same thing happened to the rings around the other stars in the void. Initially, the speed at which the rings rotated was slow, but as time passed, their speed increased. Awe-inspiring auras started pulsing from those stars. Looking up, Yang Kai realized that these stars had formed into an array, and the middle of the array was the scorching sun star. Universe-tempering art. The proprietress muttered, This is a long-lost secret art. In this world, only this old man has grasped it. After he passes away, this secret art will be gone for good. Universe-tempering art? Yang Kai was astonished. Right then, a dazzling light shot out of the sun star and illuminated the world. Drawn by the array, a ray of light beamed from the sun star and struck the star where Yang Kai and the others were located. Yang Kai was horrified. Even though he was 1,000 kilometers away, he could still feel how terrifying this force was. If the star was struck by this ray of light, it would immediately explode. Following a boom, the star shook violently upon being struck. But unlike what Yang Kai had imagined, it didn't break apart. That was because the ray of light had directly hurtled into the replica universe furnace. At that instant, the runic patterns on the replica universe furnace lit up, and a raging flame was seen coming from the furnace. A dumbfounded Yang Kai finally understood why Grandmaster Ma Fan's secret art was called the universe-tempering art. The foundation on which he forged artifacts was that he had to draw the sun's fire, which was stimulated by the power of the universe itself. This kind of grand secret art was simply inconceivable to Yang Kai. Looking from afar, Yang Kai could see that the costly materials were thrown into the replica universe furnace by Grandmaster Ma Fan, and the old man himself kept using different hand seals. The array at the bottom of the furnace could be seen flickering, which dazzled the eyes of the beholder. Making artifacts was both energy and time-consuming, and it couldn't be completed in a short period of time. Any slight negligence would lead to failure. Although Yang Kai wasn't familiar with forging artifacts, he was an expert in the alchemic Tao. These were two different fields, but there were many similarities. Grandmaster Ma Fan's universe-tempering art was abstruse and unique, which made Yang Kai unable to move his eyes away. As more materials were added, what looked like a piece of hot iron started taking shape in the replica universe furnace. The impurities from the materials were then removed by Grandmaster Ma Fan using a special technique. There came a moment when the array at the bottom of the furnace changed again. Grandmaster Ma Fan let out a shout as the aura of his world force spread around. Following some popping sounds, his slim figure started expanding. In the blink of an eye, he turned from a listless old man into a giant who was 1,000 meters tall. The giant's hair was seen flapping in the wind, and his face was painted red by the fire. All his muscles were bulging, which made him look like a vigorous young man. Then he extended his hand into the furnace and grabbed the block of red-hot iron before placing it on a huge anvil. The giant then picked up an enormous hammer and struck the hot iron. Guang, guang, guang. Every time he struck the hot iron, the entire star would tremble, and the deafening noise permeated the universe world. The sparks coming from the metalworking process seemed able to destroy the heavens and shatter the earth. However, the giant was oblivious to all this as he let the sparks splash onto his skin. After striking the iron for 9 days straight, the giant suddenly threw the semi-finished work back into the furnace, which attracted the raging sun's fire to burn it. Then, he put more materials into the furnace. 9 days later, he fished out the semi-finished work and continued striking it. With 9 days as a cycle, the same thing happened again and again. The semi-finished work was repeatedly moved between the furnace and the anvil. Gradually, a gigantic longsword took shape. Even though it was just a semi-finished product, Yang Kai could still feel a horrifying aura coming from the sword, which shocked him. When the sword was completed, it would certainly be immensely powerful. After doing the same thing for 81 days, Grandmaster Ma Fan suddenly bellowed, "Boy, come here." Apparently, the proprietress had been waiting for this moment, so upon hearing this call, she immediately wrapped her world force around Yang Kai and shot towards Grandmaster Ma Fan. Standing at the feet of the giant, they looked like two ants. Grandmaster Ma Fan swung the sword and held it out in front of Yang Kai before yelling blood. Looking at the huge sword that was several dozen meters long, Yang Kai felt speechless. However, he knew that it must be in the final stage of forging. The reason Grandmaster Ma Fan wanted his blood was that he wanted to leave his imprint inside the heavenly executioner's sword. From then on, only Yang Kai, and those he granted permission to, would be able to activate the sword's power, making it useless for other people to snatch it. Not daring to be negligent, Yang Kai hurriedly cut his palm as his blood started streaming out of the wound. He balled up his fist and held it out above the blade. Sizzling sounds were immediately heard, but instead of merging into the sword, the blood turned into petite blood dragons and began swimming across it. Grandmaster Ma Fan exclaimed and looked at Yang Kai in shock. Dragon blood? You're a member of the Dragon Clan? Hearing that, a stunned proprietress turned to look at Yang Kai as well. She wasn't aware that Yang Kai had a Dragon Clan bloodline. That was because he once brought the ruler of the Dawn Great General to look for his mother. After Miameng was saved, she told Yang Kai not to reveal the fact that he had a Dragon Clan bloodline easily. Her reason was that even though the Dragon Clan was extremely powerful, they had many enemies in the 3,000 worlds. If others found out about this secret, he might invite trouble to himself. She also told him that if he really came across any danger that couldn't be resolved, he could reveal that he was a member of the Dragon Clan to frighten off his opponents. All in all, in the 3,000 world, having a bloodline related to the Dragon Clan was a double-edged sword. It might invite trouble to Yang Kai, but it might also save him from fatal danger. Therefore, he had been consciously keeping this secret. In the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, he had used his dragon transformation secret technique several times, but the people who had seen this secret technique were either his own people or already dead. Ha! Turns out you're a member of the Dragon Clan. Good. Grandmaster Ma Fan's laugh was deafening. Don't stop. Give me more dragon blood. It seemed that dragon blood was immensely beneficial to the heavenly executioner's sword. Hearing that, Yang Kai could only let more of his blood drip onto the blade. His restorative abilities were incredible, and his dragon vein and the wood element power from Immortal Tree allowed him to heal small cuts almost immediately. In order to squeeze out more dragon blood, he could only keep opening his wound so that it wouldn't heal. As time passed, the entire blade became covered in his golden dragon blood. That's enough! Grandmaster Ma Fan shouted and threw the sword into the replica universe furnace again. The proprietress turned to look at Yang Kai and sized him up, as though it was the first time she met him. Brat! I can't believe you've been keeping this secret from me, she snorted. She believed that Yang Kai was just a newcomer to the 3,000 worlds. However, it wasn't until he left the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary that she became aware that he had secretly condensed 4 high-rank elements. And it wasn't until this moment that she found out he had a Dragon Clan bloodline. This is not something that's worth bragging about. Yang Kai smiled helplessly. I'll settle this account with you later. Yang Kai immediately felt bitter in his heart. In a nearby place, Grandmaster Ma Fan had already returned to his original form, and his aura even appeared weaker than before. He must have expended a lot of energy to refine this artifact. However, at this point, he didn't need to put more effort into it, as the Heavenly Executioner's sword was basically finished. All they had to do was wait. More than 10 days later, Grandmaster Ma Fan suddenly got to his feet and stared fervently at the replica universe furnace. At this moment, the furnace was trembling as though a ferocious beast was about to rush out of it. Following the vibration, rays of sword chi shot out of the furnace. However, the furnace was extremely abstruse, and the Heavenly Executioner's sword was unable to break free from it. There came a moment when all the noises died down. Ha! It's done! Grandmaster Ma Fan guffawed and turned to look at Yang Kai. It's ready. This artifact is made with your blood, so only you can take it. Don't let it run away. After a serious nod, Yang Kai circulated his strength and got ready. The next instant, Grandmaster Ma Fan used a different hand seal, whereupon a golden light burst out of the furnace. A swift Yang Kai extended his hand and grabbed the golden light. A buzzing sound was heard as the void seemed to be trembling. A golden sword was shaking violently in Yang Kai's hand, but before he could feel the sword's power, his expression changed as he was dragged away by the weapon. Regardless of how hard he tried, he was unable to stop the sword. From afar, he yelled, "Proprietress, save me." Naturally, she remained on the spot with her arms crossed and sneered. In the blink of an eye, the Heavenly Executioner's sword brought Yang Kai out of the star and shot into the void. He surged his power to stop the weapon, but it was all in vain. He could clearly feel that this sword was closely connected to him. However, the artifact had just been forged, and no one was able to resist its vigor. Despite the fact that there was a connection between them, Yang Kai was unable to control the weapon. Fortunately, they were in the ruins of a paradise which was cut off from the outside world, so he wasn't worried that the sword would run away. A few days later, the remaining energy in the heavenly executioner's sword was finally exhausted. With his forehead already drenched in sweat, Xianxia stood hovering in the void, staring at the sword in his hand. It wasn't until this moment that he made out what the sword looked like. When the sword was being forged, it was several tens of meters long, but after it was completed, it looked just like an ordinary sword, which seemed to suggest that this weapon could freely change its size. The golden sword was one solid metal piece, and it looked extremely expensive. With the sword in his hand, Xianxia wielded it and gently ran it across his arm, which immediately left a white mark on his skin, amazing him at how sharp the weapon was. It had to be noted that, as a half-dragon, Xianxia's physique was incredibly sturdy. Even though he didn't exert much force though, the sword could easily leave a mark on his skin. If he used even slightly more force, the weapon could have injured him. Then, he attempted to try out the sword's power, but he couldn't activate it. It was then he realized that the sword was indeed an array artifact, so it required immense power to activate. Presently, he was just an Emperor Realm cultivator, so how was he supposed to bring it to life? He reckoned that he could only witness the sword's power with the help of the 9 heavenly layers grand array. At that moment, Xianxia was already looking forward to it. Could be said that the heavenly executioner's sword was forged in a short period of time, as it only took 3 months. It had to be noted that to create a powerful artifact from scratch, it would take most artifact refining grandmasters a few years or even longer. However, Grandmaster Ma Fan only needed 3 months to achieve this. It seemed that it was thanks to his universe-tempering art. In this world, artifacts were also categorized into different ranks, just like how it ranged from the First Order to the Ninth Order in the Open Heaven realm. These artifacts could only be used by Open Heaven realm masters because it required the world force to activate their powers. Therefore, even if an Emperor realm cultivator obtained one, it was no different from scrap metal in their hands. Every star or spirit province could be considered a small universe, which could naturally nurture world force. By arranging the 9 heavenly layers around Void Land, Xianxia could make use of the Grand Array to manipulate Void Land's world force. After the heavenly executioner's sword was blessed by world force, its full power could be displayed. In fact, Xianxia had a way to forcefully stimulate the sword's power, which was to mobilize the world force of the small sealed world. However, by doing so, the heritage of the small sealed world would shrink, which would be detrimental to it. Even though the small sealed world was no longer as useful in the 3,000 worlds, Xianxia had a tentative idea in his mind for it. When the time came, he would need the small sealed world, and if this idea could be realized, his power would increase tremendously. When the heavenly executioner's sword was forged, it had cost Xianxia countless rare materials, which included some 6th Order ones. Therefore, this sword was expected to be in the 5th Order at the very least, and it was likely to be in the 6th Order. Certainly, Xianxia was satisfied with the outcome. Although it had cost him an arm and a leg, the reward was immense. After storing the sword, he returned to the star and realized that Grandmaster Ma Fan had already started working on the Heavenly Net Umbrella. The Heavenly Executioner's sword was a killing artifact, while the Heavenly Net Umbrella was a defensive artifact. Both of them would work perfectly together in the 9 heavenly layers. With these 2 artifacts, it could be said that the grand array around Voidland would be infused with a soul. The minimum requirements had been met. Initially, Xianxia intended to ask Grandmaster Ma Fan to refine his shadowless veil, but he believed that he'd better not bring it up. It had cost the proprietress last chance and a promise from Xianxia for Grandmaster Ma Fan to forge the sword and umbrella. If he still asked the old man to refine his shadowless veil as well, he'd be crossing the line. Certainly, he wouldn't want to ruin the relationship with this artifact-refining Grandmaster. The process of making the Heavenly Net Umbrella wasn't much different, but it took a longer time than forging the sword. It took the old man half a year. Since time immemorial, defensive artifacts had always been more valuable than killing artifacts. The reason was that the cost and difficulty of making a defensive artifact were greater. Despite the fact that the old man had inherited his paradise's heritage, it still took him half a year before he could fully refine the umbrella. During the final stage, Xianxia once again shed a lot of his blood. Just like the sword, the Heavenly Net Umbrella was in the 6th Order, and its defense capabilities were astonishing. After the 2 artifacts were completed, Grandmaster Ma Fan immediately chased them away. He didn't seem to have the intention of making them stay. It was a burden to him to make 2 sixth-order artifacts consecutively. To someone like him, who was averse to trouble, this was no different from torture. Therefore, he wanted to take a rest as soon as possible. The proprietress and Xianxia bade him farewell and left. Took them a long time to reach this place, but it was much easier when they returned. After passing through several universe temples, they arrived at Voidland in just a month. It had been a year since Xianxia and the proprietress left, but during this period of time, there didn't seem to be any changes to Voidland. After all, it was extremely difficult to build the 9 heavenly layers. Now, they hadn't even completed 50% of the Grand Array. When they met Grandmaster Wu Liang again, they realized that he seemed to be malnourished and sickly, but his eyes were unusually bright, and he appeared to be enthusiastic. Upon learning that Xianxia had obtained 2 sixth-order array artifacts, he guffawed and flew away as he said, "True monarch, don't worry. Even if it costs my life, this old master will definitely build the 9 heavenly layers for you." Xianxia was worried that this old man would overwork himself and pass away halfway through. If that happened, their efforts so far would be wasted. After all, the 9 heavenly layers was conceived by Grandmaster Wu Liang. Even if they hired another spirit array grandmaster, he might not be able to comprehend the abstrusity of it. There were more people in Voidland now. These several thousand people were brought to this place by Yu He from Small Orchid Palace. Most of them were weak below the Emperor realm. Nevertheless, they could still assist the others to arrange the Grand Array. Voidland was still bustling. In the Grand Hall of Earth Spirit Land, Yu He was reporting to Xianxia on their progress so far. With a worried expression though, she said, "Young master, the cost to arrange this Grand Array is too great. Should we talk to Grandmaster Wu Liang to modify it?" She was in charge of Voidland's finances, and it made her heart bleed to see such a large number of materials being consumed every single day. Although Xianxia had amassed immense wealth in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and obtained the secret storehouse left behind by Su Huang, even he couldn't bear this kind of consumption. Now, the 9 heavenly layers was only half completed, but the wealth he had obtained from the boundary had shrunk by 30%. If they really fully built the Grand Array, she was worried that a large part of Xianxia's wealth would be gone. Besides that, he had also expended a lot of resources to make the Heavenly Executioner's Sword and the Heavenly Net Umbrella. These 2 array artifacts were to be used on the Grand Array as well. The Grand Array alone almost made him use up all of his wealth. "There's no need." Xianxia shook his head. "Just do it according to the original plan." Before agreeing to Grandmaster Wu Liang's proposal, Xianxia was already psychologically prepared, so he wasn't surprised at the large consumption of materials. The more he contributed, the greater the reward would be. Voidland was the foundation on which he would gain a footing in the 3,000 worlds, so he wouldn't hold back anything when it came to arranging the Grand Array. After the materials were consumed, he would still have a chance to earn them back in the future. However, if powerful enemies came to invade them one day and Voidland was unable to defend itself, it would be a loss he could not recover from. Moreover, after what he had heard from the proprietress, Xianxia was even more determined to complete the 9 heavenly layers. If he wanted to directly ascend to the high-rank open heaven realm, the road ahead would be paved with obstacles and the people from the cave heavens and paradises might come to suppress him directly. By then, Voidland would be his capital to deal with them. Just give Grandmaster Wu Liang whatever he needs. If there are resources that we lack, tell some people to purchase them as soon as possible. We still have 3 billion open heaven pills, right? 3 billion open heaven pills was a horrifying figure. Half of that number was obtained by Xianxia from the space ring of the Pavilion Master of Sword Pavilion. That man had been lording over others for centuries. But in the end, all his wealth fell into Xianxia's hands. Furthermore, the several tens of thousands of space rings from the people of Sword Pavilion's Star City also contained a lot of open heaven pills. On the other hand, Scarlet Star had been the most powerful great force in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary for years. With every breath, there were a lot of transactions going on in their Star City, and Scarlet Star would get a small bite of each transaction as tax. As time passed, they grew to be filthy rich. Even though 70% of the income had been given to Xianxia, the remaining 30% was still immense. That was how Xianxia managed to amass 3 billion open heaven pills. Yuhi spoke up. 1 billion have been used so far. There were many resources that we lacked, so we had to buy them from various star cities. Xianxia nodded. Good. Don't worry about the money. Then he looked out the door, only to see the proprietress and Bai Qi coming into the hall. Hurriedly, Xianxia went over and asked, "What's wrong?" With a smile, the proprietress replied, "I'm leaving, so I'm here to bid you farewell." "You're leaving?" Xianxia's expression changed. "Where are you going?" Smilingly, the proprietress replied, "Where else can I go other than First Inn? I'm the proprietress of First Inn, but I've been absent for nearly a year. If I don't go back, my superiors will reprimand me." Xianxia pressed his lips together. "It's not worth staying in First Inn. Why don't you resign and join Voidland? You can do whatever you want here." He genuinely didn't want the proprietress to go. Besides the fact that she had been treating him well and was protective of him, Voidland was in the midst of a rebirth, and they needed a lot of people. While she was a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, Bai Qi was a 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. If they could stay, the collective power of Voidland would increase significantly. The proprietress raised her hand and poked his forehead. "Do you think First Inn is a place where we can come and go as we please?" Xianxia stepped backward upon impact. Then he realized a problem as he frowned. "In fact, I'm also from First Inn." The proprietress scoffed. "You're not really from First Inn. You worked for me for a short period of time because you owed us money. Now that you've repaid your debt, First Inn will have nothing to do with you. Wherever you go, don't tell people that you're from First Inn." The reason Xianxia joined First Inn was that when the top cultivators were trying to snatch the Golden Crow carcass, they got into a fight and destroyed the inn. Then, the proprietress threatened Xianxia to repay 10 million Open Heaven pills for the chaos he caused. At that time, he was flat broke, and 10 million was an astronomical figure to him. After they arrived at the Star City, she told him to collect debts from various shops. The progress was good as he managed to repay some debt through this work. However, he was certain that the debt hadn't been repaid in full. The reason the proprietress said this was that she wanted to separate Xianxia from First Inn so that he wouldn't be held down. After all, if he kept the title of First Inn's shophand and founded Voidland, people would wonder if this place belonged to him or First Inn. Fully aware of her intentions, Xianxia felt warm in his heart. However, the reason he could be easily separated from First Inn was that he didn't have much to do with the inn to begin with. However, that wasn't the case for the proprietress. She was the famous Madame Lan from First Inn, known throughout the 3,000 worlds. Knowing that he couldn't make her stay, Xianxia sighed and fished out a space ring. "These are the gifts I've prepared for chef and accountant. Please bring it to them for me." After taking the ring, the proprietress scanned it and realized that it contained some 5th-order resources, which the chef and accountant needed. She didn't have many subordinates, but there was no doubt that Bai Qi, the accountant, and the chef were her trusted aides as they had worked for her for a long time. Without any exception, all 3 of them had condensed 5th-order elements. Bai Qi's progress was swift as he was the first one to reach the 5th-order Open Heaven realm. But while the chef and accountant were slightly slower, they only lacked 1 to 2 element powers now. Xianxia was already aware of that in the past, so it wasn't difficult for him to prepare these materials. He still had an abundance of 5th-order materials in possession, so he didn't mind giving out some. "Since you're rich now, I'll not turn you down. After they ascend to the Open Heaven realm, I'll tell them to come over and thank you." As the proprietress spoke, she put away the space ring. The proprietress was a decisive woman, so left right after she announced she would. Xianxia and Yuhi saw them off. It wasn't until they saw them leaving Voidland and using the universe transference law that they turned around and returned. After trading glances, they felt somewhat hollow within themselves. Voidland remained bustling. Every day, countless resources were being thrown into the construction of the Grand Array. Chun Tianfei and Lu Xue didn't have much time to rest because they needed to go out and purchase many of the necessary materials. Usually, a few days after they returned to Voidland, they would have to leave again. Presently, there were not many powerful cultivators in Voidland. The strongest ones were Yuhi, Lu Xue, and Chun Tianfei. They couldn't depend on Zhu Jiuyin because she was still healing her source. Due to the fact that Yuhi was in charge of the Array Jade and finances, she had to stay in Voidland. Chen Tianfei and Lu Shui were powerful cultivators as they were in the fourth order open heaven realm, but now they had no choice but to run errands. Everything seemed on track, and all Yang Kai had to do was wait, so he thought that it was time to return to the star boundary. As long as the problem the star boundary was facing wasn't solved, he could never set his mind at ease. After some calculations, Yang Kai realized that it had been 15 years since he left the star boundary. Before he departed, the star boundary was already in an unstable state as its world principles had been severely damaged. He and the other great emperors had come up with some ways to slow down the disintegration of the star boundary, but they couldn't fundamentally solve the problem. There would come a time when these methods lost their effectiveness. A long time had passed, so Yang Kai wondered whether the star boundary was still all right. In any case, it made no difference whether he was here during the reconstruction of Voidland. He just needed to stay here and work with Grandmaster Wu Liang. Yang Kai estimated that when he returned from the star boundary, the 9 heavenly layers would have been completed. With this in mind, he summoned Yuhi and told her about it. Without trying to stop him, Yuhi said, "Young master, you can leave, but please take Shen Tianfei or Lu Shui with you. Without one of them by your side, I will not be able to rest at ease." After all, Yang Kai was just an Emperor Realm Junior. If he traveled across the 3,000 worlds on his own, he would face a lot of danger. If he had a fourth order open heaven realm master by his side, it would save him a lot of trouble. With a smile, Yang Kai replied, "There's no need. We need more people in Voidland now, and Fatty Chintian and Lu Shui are important people. With them around, the progress of the construction will be faster. I'm just going back to attend to some personal matters, so I don't need anyone to come with me." Certainly, Yuhi wouldn't agree to it. Then, she suggested that even if he didn't want Chen Tianfei or Lu Shui to go with him, he had to bring her along. That was practically impossible, as she had to stay in this place to coordinate with Grandmaster Wu Liang. Anyone could leave but her. After a long argument, Yuhi refused to back down one bit and wouldn't allow Yang Kai to leave Voidland on his own. Left with no choice, he agreed to her suggestion. It was then Yuhi decided that Lu Shui would follow him. After all, she was a woman who was more meticulous, so she should be able to take better care of Yang Kai. "Tell Guizi Yen to go with you as well," Yuhi said. Yang Kai burst into laughter. "He's just in the second order open heaven realm. What's the point of him following me?" Lu Shui was a fourth order open heaven realm master, so she would be useful if they came across any danger. However, as a second order open heaven realm master, Guizi Yen was too weak. Yuhi snorted, "I don't care. If you take Lu Shui with you, Guizi Yen will also have to follow you." After gazing at her for a moment, Yang Kai suddenly realized what was on her mind. Then he nodded in agreement. "Good. I'll take the 2 of them with me." Then, he secretly sighed and thought that Voidland was in the midst of rebuilding, so it was inappropriate for him to take 2 of their very few open heaven realm masters away at this point. However, he was unable to persuade Yuhi, so he could only agree to it. Before he set off on his journey, he fished out a glowing fruit and passed it to her. Yuhi took it and frowned. Upon sensing it, she felt a rich world force coming from it. "It's a world fruit." With her eyes widening, Yuhi exclaimed, "A world fruit." She was a fifth order open heaven realm master, so she had heard of world fruits before. However, those amazing treasures were supposed to exist only in legends. It never crossed her mind that she would see it with her eyes one day, not to mention that she was holding it in her hands. "This is a mid-rank world fruit. After I'm gone, refine it when you're free. It will be beneficial to you," Yang Kai said casually. He had 16 world fruits, but only 3 of them were mid-rank ones. Mid-rank world fruits were best consumed by fifth-order open heaven realm masters. After taking it and refining its medicinal efficacies, a fifth-order open heaven realm master could directly ascend to the sixth order. Certainly, fourth-order and third-order open heaven realm masters could consume one as well, but the benefits would not be as great. As for sixth-order open heaven realm masters, it was useless for them to take it. "Did you get it from the primordial land?" Yuhi asked in shock. She was fully aware of the rewards he had obtained in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, but she had never heard that he had gotten a world fruit. The only possibility was that he had acquired it in the primordial land. In response, Yang Kai nodded his head. "Young master, this is too precious. I can't accept it." Then Yuhi hurriedly pushed the world fruit back to him. Xianxia said, "Just use it. I have many of them." "You're lying." Yuhi pursed her lips. "Although I've never seen world fruits before, I know that everyone only has one chance to obtain a fruit from the world tree in their Lafidi. Why do you have so many?" As she spoke, she gazed at Xianxia's palms in shock, for there were more world fruits on them. Xianxia grinned meaningfully. "Do you believe me now? By improving your cultivation, it will be beneficial to Voidland. Unfortunately, most of the world fruits I have are just low-rank ones, which are not that valuable. If all of them were mid-rank, I could produce a group of mid-rank open heaven realm masters." Stunned, he asked, "Why do you say low-rank world fruits are not valuable?" Xianxia explained, "A low-rank world fruit can only help a cultivator ascend to the third order, which is why it's not worth a lot of money." Yuhi stared blankly for a moment before she burst into a fit of giggles. "Young master, you're mistaken. It's true that a low-rank world fruit can only help a cultivator ascend to the third order, but it will also extend their limit for growth. This kind of benefit is simply invaluable." "What do you mean?" Xianxia arched his brow. Yuhi lifted the mid-rank world fruit in her hand. "Take me as an example. I'm now in the 5th order, and my limit is the 7th order. That's because if I consume too many open heaven pills, they will stop having any benefits for me. However, if I consume this world fruit, I'll ascend to the 6th order directly, and the limit to which open heaven pills can take me will also ascend to the 8th order." "Does it work that way?" Xianxia was astounded. "A low-rank world fruit can help a low-rank open heaven realm master to directly ascend to the next order, so that benefit alone isn't valuable. Nevertheless, many people would pay anything to extend their upper limit." "I see." Upon hearing her explanation, Xianxia realized that he had severely underestimated the value of these low-rank world fruits. He used to believe that these 10 or so fruits were useless. Now, it seemed that they were also treasures, which made him feel ecstatic as though he had received a windfall. Clenching the world fruit in her hand, Yuhi pressed her lips together and said, "I'll keep this world fruit, then." "Many thanks, young master." Earlier, she had no idea that Xianxia possessed so many world fruits, so she didn't have the heart to consume such a precious treasure. Now that she became aware of the real situation, she decided not to turn him down. Just like what he had said, if she ascended to the 6th order, it would be beneficial to Voidland. It had been several hundred years since she made her initial breakthrough to the 5th order, and once she ascended to the 6th order with this world fruit, her accumulation so far would also be brought forward as well, so by then, she would only be one step away from the 7th order, which was already the high-rank open heaven realm. After everything was settled, Xianxia summoned Lu Shui and Guo Ziyan, then they shot into the sky. Upon leaving Voidland, Lu Shui summoned an artifact that looked like a windmill. After they entered it, the windmill turned into a ray of light as Lu Shui drove it across the void. The 3,000 worlds were expansive, and each great territory was connected with at least one other. In fact, Xianxia wasn't certain about the location of the star boundary. He had bought a universe chart from a big star city, and since then, he had been trying to figure out the exact location of the star boundary. Even though he still wasn't sure about it, he had found 3 likely locations. Left with no choice, they could only search these places one by one. Xianxia secretly prayed that one of these locations would turn out to be correct. If all of them were wrong, he wouldn't know what to do. Judging from the distance, the star boundary was supposed to not be far away from Voidland. That was because not long after he and Zhang Ruoxi left the star boundary, they came across a myriad facets insect. They were separated after they were swallowed by the giant insect. Xianxia fell into a great territory where he was tricked by the venerable of Fire Spirit Land, Duan Hai, and brought to 7 Wonders Land. Inside the windmill, Xianxia pointed out the direction for Lu Shui so that she could chart a course forward. They went on to pass through several great territories. On their way, they came across some danger as well as some space beasts. They would avoid them as best as they could, and if there was no other choice, they would fight. 2 or 3 months later, they arrived in a particular great territory. Lu Shui was heard saying, "Sir, we've arrived." This great territory was Xianxia's first destination. Upon hearing that, he stepped out of the windmill and looked around with a hopeful gaze. However, he discovered nothing. With that said, he wasn't disappointed. After all, a great territory was vast, so the star boundary might be hidden in a particular corner of this place. It was expected that he couldn't see it right away. Moreover, he was a native of the star boundary, and titled as Void Great Emperor, having obtained part of the world's will. If the star boundary was really in this great territory, as long as they were not too far apart, Yang Kai would be able to sense a connection to it. As such, he told Lu Shui to keep looking around in this great territory as he scanned the surroundings. 1 month later, Yang Kai sighed and conceded, "Let's go to the next location." The star boundary wasn't in this great territory. Over the past month, he had searched around the entire great territory but still discovered nothing. After a nod, Lu Shui followed the direction Yang Kai pointed and headed to the next destination. More than 10 days later, in a particular place in the void, an epic battle came to an end. Lu Shui was panting as her chest heaved, and there was a huge cut on Guiziyan's waist as he was almost split in two. Although Yang Kai appeared to be unharmed, his face was pale. After he coughed a little, blood started streaming out of his mouth. While traveling across the void, they would come across danger from time to time, and this time, they were truly unlucky as they had bumped into a pack of more than 10 star flame colts. These space beasts seemed to have gone mad as they relentlessly chased after the three of them. Left with no choice, they could only stand and fight. After the beasts were killed, all three of them were injured. Even Lu Shui's windmill had been damaged. Yang Kai hated the fact that they suffered such a setback even before they found the star boundary. Lu Shui cleaned the blood from her cold water longsword and said, "Sir, we have to go to a universe temple to recuperate." Yang Kai nodded, "Let's go." Given the condition they were in, it was not appropriate for them to keep going. If they came across any danger again, they wouldn't be able to ward it off. Fortunately, there was a universe temple in this great territory, so they could take a rest there. Of course, their main purpose was to repair Lu Shui's artifact. Without this flight-type artifact, they would need to expend a lot more energy to navigate through the void. Yang Kai had never been to the universe temple in this great territory, but it was a different case for Lu Shui. According to her, before joining Scarlet Star, she had once wandered around the 3,000 worlds on her own with only her sword for over 100 years. During this period of time, she had visited many great territories and left her imprint at their universe temples. This made things simpler. After Yang Kai and Guiziyan entered the 6 Fated Paths bag, Lu Shui stored the bag and activated the universe transference law. A few breaths later, they arrived at the local universe temple. Universe temples and star cities were different. A star city was a place where cultivators could trade and communicate with one another. On the other hand, a universe temple was strategically valuable. That was the reason universe temples were firmly controlled by the cave heavens and paradises. Nevertheless, a universe temple also had some functionalities of a star city. Cultivators could take a rest here and buy some goods. However, the prices were usually higher, and the selection of goods were not as wide, so it wasn't comparable to a star city in this regard. Upon entering the universe temple, Lu Shui released Yang Kai and Guiziyan. The three of them then found an inn and settled down. They intended to rest for a few days before continuing their journey. Meanwhile, in one of the shops in the universe temple, a stern-looking yet thin middle-aged man was bargaining with the shopkeeper. Both of them seemed to be familiar with one another, and they probably had had some business deals in the past, which was why neither of them was overpassionate when bargaining. Instead, they were bartering back and forth in a calm manner. The shopkeeper knew that the middle-aged man needed the goods in his shop, so he wasn't worried about the latter lowering the price and dealt with him dispassionately. All of a sudden, the middle-aged man sensed something as he grunted and turned to look in a particular direction. The shopkeeper shot him a glance and smiled. "Hey, it's not that I want to make a huge profit. As you can see, the cost of this thing is really high. If I agree to your price, I'll suffer a loss. It's been 100 years since we got to know each other. When have I ever ripped you off? I only make a small profit every time I make a deal with you." A glint of surprise flashed through the eyes of the man called He, then he turned his head back and nodded. "I'll agree to the price you've come up with." The shopkeeper was stunned as he had never expected that He would agree to it so easily. After all, the item was pretty expensive and there was still room to bargain. He was ready to haggle with He, but it never crossed his mind that the latter would simply agree to the price before he even made a counteroffer. However, that was the outcome he wanted to see, so with a bright smile, he replied, "Brother you're indeed a straightforward person. Wait a moment. I'll get your items right now." Then, he rose from the chair and entered the storehouse. A moment later, he returned with a space ring. Both of them examined the ring, and upon making sure that nothing was wrong, the ring was sold to He. Without intending to stay in the shop any longer, he left and took some twists and turns in the Universe Temple. Soon, he arrived at an inn, and after looking up for a moment, he nonchalantly stepped inside. Inside the inn, Xianxia and the others checked into a room. Before they settled down, Lu Shui hurriedly left to look for someone to repair her windmill artifact. After all, they had to rely on this artifact to move across the great territories. It would be exhausting for them if they didn't have this artifact. On the other hand, Xianxia and Guiziyan remained in the room and adjusted their breathing. A few days later, their injuries were mostly healed while Lu Shui's artifact was being repaired, but they would have to wait for half a month before the repairs were complete. Although Xianxia was eager to return to the star boundary, there was nothing he could do in this situation, therefore he decided to wait patiently. Since he had arrived at this universe temple, he certainly had to leave his imprint here. Then, he left the inn with Guiziyan and Lu Shui as they headed to the grand array in the center of the universe temple. If a cultivator wanted to leave their imprint at a universe temple, they would need to cough up 100,000 open heaven pills. The price was the same throughout the 3,000 worlds, no more and certainly no less. 100,000 open heaven pills was a lot of money, but a universe temple could save a person's life at a critical moment. Therefore, any wealthy cultivator wouldn't be stingy when it came to leaving their imprint in a universe temple. However, there was no way a cultivator would leave an imprint in only one universe temple, so paying 100,000 pills each time eventually led to a staggering expenditure. So far, Xianxia had spent more than 1 million pills on universe temples. In other words, he had left a brand in more than 10 different universe temples at the very least. In fact, Xianxia was very interested in how universe temples worked. After all, it had something to do with the Tao of space, as one could instantly move to a universe temple from a faraway place. Even though he could use instantaneous movement as well, the distance he could travel was vastly inferior to that of the universe transference law. In any great territory, as long as a universe temple existed, the universe transference law could resonate with it regardless of the distance. Xianxia's instantaneous movement was no match for it in this regard, and even his space beacons were inferior to it. The distance where he could move from one space beacon to another was limited. Xianxia had a feeling that if he could unravel the mysteries of the universe temples, his mastery of the Tao of space would be greatly improved. However, there were some downsides as well. Although the universe transference law was profound and abstruse, and everyone could freely learn it, it took a few breaths of time to activate it. Xianxia had seen a 7th-order open heaven realm master using the universe transference law. He was the owner of First Inn, yet even someone as powerful as that needed a few breaths of time to activate the secret technique. In a life-or-death battle, one's opponents would never give them so much time to flee. The time needed was one drawback, while the pressure was another. The further the universe temple was, the more pressure a cultivator would feel when using the universe transference law. If that pressure exceeded their limits, even if they successfully activated it, they might be torn apart during the transfer process. That wasn't unprecedented. Many cultivators were left with no choice but to use the universe transference law at critical moments. Although they had gotten rid of their opponents, what arrived at the universe temple were battered corpses. Despite the downsides, the universe transference law was still widely adopted throughout the 3,000 worlds. It was a secret technique most cultivators used to move to universe temples to save travel time or flee from their enemies. After spending 200,000 open heaven pills, Xianxia and Guiziyan respectively left their imprints in this universe temple. After leaving the place, they were not in a rush to return to the inn. Since they had nothing to do, they decided to roam around. It wasn't the first time Xianxia visited a universe temple, but he had never been to this one before. Unlike a star city, the shops around here were limited, as was the goods selection. Moreover, the prices were generally higher than average. When they passed by an accessories store, Xianxia thought of something and entered it. He believed that he couldn't return to the star boundary empty-handed. Other people didn't matter, but he had to bring some gifts to his wives, father, and mother. Then he started counting: Su Yan, Xianing Chong, Shan Qing Luo, Shuiyu, Yuru Meng, father, mother, little sister Yang Shui. There are indeed many people. By the way, there's also Jiao. Besides them, there are also Mo Xiao Qi, Lin Yuner, and the others. Naturally, the things that were sold in the shop were not ordinary accessories. Each one of them was an artifact. There were many kinds of accessories with different uses, and although the prices were expensive, Yang Kai didn't mind it as he wasn't short of open heaven pills. He was willing to pay a hefty price to build the 9 heavenly layers, so these artifacts in the shop were nothing. Then, a young woman that looked like a maidservant came over. With a sweet smile, she elegantly welcomed them to the shop. Her voice was clear, and there was a pleasant scent wafting from her body, which easily made people take a liking to her. The young woman was weak as she was just an Emperor Realm cultivator. Nevertheless, she had been working in this shop for a long time, so she immediately realized that Yang Kai was no ordinary man, which was why she was very hospitable to him. Yang Kai looked around the shelves as the young woman introduced each item to him in detail in her pleasant voice. Soon, Yang Kai was attracted to a phoenix-shaped hairpin, and he couldn't help thinking about Su Yan. This hairpin appeared elegant, which should match her temperament. Moreover, it happened to be a defensive artifact. Su Yan and the others were still weak, so they couldn't draw out the power of killing artifacts. However, these defensive artifacts could save their lives in a perilous situation. Yang Kai decided to buy each of them a defensive artifact. Just as he was extending his hand towards the hairpin though, a big hand suddenly whizzed past him and took the hairpin first. Yang Kai turned his head only to see a scrawny yet stern-looking man staring at him. As their eyes met, the man flashed a smile at Yang Kai and nodded. "Little brother, are you interested in this?" With a smile, Yang Kai replied, "Yes." The middle-aged man said, "What a coincidence. This king had his eyes on this item as well. Can you give it to me? The item is in your hand now. You've taken it first, so it's yours." "It's not like you need to ask me to give it to you," Yang Kai replied nonchalantly. "Many thanks then." The middle-aged man guffawed. "Little brother, you're a generous man. What's your name? We don't really know each other, so there's no point asking." Yang Kai shook his head, then hinted at the maidservant to keep going. The maidservant seemed to be annoyed at the fact that a business deal had been ruined by the middle-aged man, who disturbed Yang Kai halfway through. Therefore, she became more attentive when serving Yang Kai. Soon, Yang Kai bought a lot of accessories as the smile on the maidservant's face became brighter. After the bill was paid, Yang Kai stored all the items inside his space ring, then left the shop with Lu Shui and Guo Ziyan. Following that, he saw a person looking smilingly at him outside the shop. He was none other than the man who snatched the phoenix-shaped hairpin. A shocked Yang Kai gazed at him and asked, "Sir, are you waiting for me?" The middle-aged man replied, "Yes." "What for?" Yang Kai asked curiously. That person said, "This king felt sorry that he snatched your accessory just now, so I'd like to treat you to a meal. Will you come with me?" Yang Kai laughed and shook his head. "Sir, it is no serious matter. You took the hairpin first, so it belongs to you. It's not like you snatched it from me. As for the meal, there's no need for that. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll part with you here." Upon finishing his words, he cupped his fist and left the place with Lu Shui and Guo Ziyan. Seeing as Yang Kai turned him down, the middle-aged man didn't mind it as he smilingly watched Yang Kai leave. A moment later, they returned to the inn and entered the room. Then Lu Shui said, "Sir, I'm worried that he has some ill intentions." Guo Ziyan nodded in agreement. "I have the same feeling as well. That guy looks wicked. It's said that a person's appearance is indicative of his temperament. I'm worried that he's a thug." Yang Kai asked, "Do either of you know that guy?" Both of them shook their heads to mean that they had never seen that person before.